Yo, boys. Hey, have you seen the new Savannah avatar dropped? Hot librarian, Savannah, Savannah. Yo. Savannah, you gotta chill, girl. Her rebrand is going strong, guys. She's trying to get us to make us forget about her mom. Like she forgot about her. I'm never gonna forget about Nancy. Dude, is this what Nancy looked like back in the 70s? Right? Savannah's back in the news, boys. I'm telling you, one of these days, she will be the one who breaks the story about her dead mother that she killed. Yo! Hey, so anyway, we're gonna we'll check in with Savannah. Yeah, this Savannah avatar, sexy librarian, is going well for her. Her mom kidnapped herself, man. You're not hit to the new information. Dude, you're so right. Nancy makes Savannah look like a fucking ghoul. Nancy was the real smoke show, bro. Alright, stop fucking around, boys. Let's get into it. Oh, wait. What's going on? The fuck? Oh shit, did I chat? Okay, thank God. Woo! Alright, I can change my size. Oh, there we go. What up, dudes? I'm gonna go feed the little kitty cats. They're a bunch of rats. Bunch of skitter cats. Little kitter cats.
And even that seems silly to me. Why?
Alright, let's feed the Birtles.
It's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off. Just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow pops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. I'm Recursive Catdad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust. Seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took. We just want our memory. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. My war paint is lead-based till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail. Snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks. If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Fuck the FBI.
Wizards of propaganda.
That's what they are.
All the charred corpses at Waco, Texas.
Sorry, I scared the birds.
Even question, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood. Might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked. They don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something deviled, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed till it's 168 dead. 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Bridge. I'm losing it. And the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now. Let loose from the Loomy bin. Don't listen to the news again. It's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh, who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh?
Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust. You can call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Jimmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is Paul,
Me any name except Jimmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch? Just Paul, bitch. Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch?
Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVeigh.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Stop saying that.
If I told you
FBI agent Paul Wysopal.
Would you tell me the truth about Paul?
Like the OKC baller.
Tell me
What's his
this.
name? Timothy McVeigh.
Yeah.
It's not true.
All they ask is connect.
Paul is not Timothy. Stop saying that.
Where is he? We're looking for him. Timothy McGay. Gotta know where he is right now, okay? Dude, Mac, you made a new song? Did you throw it in the disco? Is it listenable? True story, the FBI left their card on my door one day. I called them back, but they didn't answer. Bro, honestly, at this point, I'm like... So the FBI pretends like Paul Wysopal isn't a real person, right? They're like, oh, we don't know where he went. So at this point, I'm like, I don't think Paul Wysopal exists. Therefore, I should... In order to prove that he doesn't exist, I should do a death threat to him and see if I get in trouble for it. Can you get in trouble for making a death threat against a fictional character? We might find out one day. One day I might feel froggy enough to just do it, you know? Why not? He doesn't exist, bro. He wasn't even here, dog. Right? I mean, I feel like my logic here is foolproof. It is sound logic. Stop it. No, I'm serious, though. For real. I mean, Paul Wysopal, as far as I can tell, isn't a real person. Doesn't exist, not real. One way to definitely find out if he's real would be to do that. I would never. I love Paul too much. It would be funny, though. I finally get the FBI to show up. They lock me in prison forever. Just to be clear, that was not an actual death threat. We were contemplating if we should do a death threat, which we decided not to. Yeah, we'll send Paul some anthrax. We'll do it like his uncle Joseph Mengele, who did it in America. You know, yeah, Paul is AI. You know that Joseph Mengele was at Paul's birthday party when he was a kid. You want to know where Joseph Mengele lived? Actually, wait. I wonder how close Joseph Mengele lived and Otto Skorzeny lived to where Paul wound up living in Florida, because they lived in Florida. Well, I think they lived close to Palm Beach, actually. Probably in Epstein's house. One of them. I told the FBI that I'd be happy to answer any questions that my lawyer says I can answer. Boom, psych suckers, you sucker, you flat. The FBI never showed up after that? Dude, I'm serious. I think that when the FBI shows up, they're just there to intimidate you. I bet 99.9% of the time the FBI shows up, people get scared and they go, "Oh God." I mean, dude, that's what all of the that's why, you know, all the fear-mongering bullshit of, like, if you're anti-American or anti-capitalist, the FBI is going to lock you up. If you say anything bad about Israel, you're going to lose your job. Like, it's all you could be arrested if you denounce Israel, a different country. All that shit is just psychological psyops to make you go, "Oh, I'm scared. I'm very scared of Paul Wysopal. He might show up at my door and threaten to give me a fucking business card. Suck my dick, FBI." They were more aggressive when they looked into you, Raw Dog? What do they do? But yeah, fuck the feds. They're not real. They can't scare the unscarable. But yeah, Paul, could I get your Uncle Joseph Mengele's recipe for anthrax, please? Dude, oh wait. I'm pretty sure that Fittest Federal Earther went after fucking yeah, look. He went after Sam.
These are the guys you
Tripoli again. And dude, the fact that Tyler goes after people like that True Earth dude and the fucking Mike the Puppeteer or whatever that guy's name was, that guy that made that dope video about Tyler showing us his DMs. The fact that Tyler goes after everyone except for me pisses me off. Going after Sam Tripoli, dude. Sam Tripoli don't care about you.
You think you're getting truth from? This guy, Sam Tripoli from the Tinfoil Hat podcast. Hey, cool devil horn, Sam. And cool one eye symbolism. And cool upside down Los Angeles.
Wait, where's the one eye symbolism for real, though? Is he making fun of his, like, kind of stroke face here or whatever's going on? He's like...
hat, as in...
But his eyes literally open. Dude, and can you feel how mad Tyler is? What, did Sam just make a video about Tyler or something? Was he talking about him again?
Maybe the...
I wish Sam would watch more of our fucking Tyler videos.
Los Angeles are falling on your hat because you're a fallen angel and suspiciously look like...
Oh, Ryan, you're so right. I should mail him an Anthrax CD, the band. That would be so funny. Bro, no, because he would go to the FBI and be like, this is a threat. Catdad, my son, Corey is threatening me with this anthrax CD. It's not tongue-in-cheek making fun of the fact that my uncle Joseph Mengele, who was living in America after World War II, who did the anthrax thing, he's making fun of me for him being my uncle. Yeah, FBI does stand for full bitch-ass investigations. They never solve anything. They never stop anything. Cucks. And yeah, my death threat to Paul would be death threatening him with a hug. Because that would kill him. But not because I tried to kill him. Just because Paul's little fucking lizard satanic heart cannot handle feeling love. That's why he won't talk to me. Always. Dude, honestly, Dream World, are you talking about Tyler, why he doesn't fuck with me? I do think that Tyler knows that I will fucking roll him up in a carpet and throw him over a bridge. You said he respects your power. He's gone after people smaller than me, way smaller than me. But it's weird, after that, how big was True Earth 911? He was probably bigger than me. Not now, though, I bet. I bet True Earth's way bigger. But it's probably because he got roped into the fucking devil contract with Tyler. But seriously, I do think that Tyler respects the power because he knows that we're real as fuck and we will... I would body Tyler. Tyler would cry if he... I wouldn't even try. He'd cry within 20 minutes of talking to me. I'm glad Tyler's scared of me. Not physically. Tyler could definitely bench press me. I'm really bad at push-ups still. But it's okay. We're getting there. I've gotten a lot better, but... not like Tyler, man. I can't be doing gymnastics like Tyler yet. Yeah, fallen angels would be more maximally powerful than anyone else. There'd be no reason for them to hide their true identities, Tyler. And he's like, no, they're making themselves look old and young, and they're switching bodies so no one knows. Why, dude? They're gods. Who cares? They're fucking angels. Yeah, Tyler knows the cat friends don't fuck around even a little bit. Tyler's going to feel our wrath one day. One of these days, I'm going to find a button that finally makes Tyler fucking talk to us. I'm going to push that button so hard. And then once I find the button, I'm never going to stop pushing it. I think we're getting close, though, with his wife being Terry Nichols. He seems like a guy that would have thin legs and a big upper body. Yeah, dude, I know this for sure. Tyler needs to work on those fucking calves. Yeah, Tyler's scared of the yoga power. Dude, that is why he said... What did he say to me? He said something about being demonic. He said I was surrounded by demonic energy or something. Self-report. Talking about yourself. What, are you looking in a mirror while you were texting that, Tyler? I love Tyler. Tyler's chin ain't 6 inches. It's 6 inches from the floor. Ooh. Tyler's chin is incredible. Immaculate chinage. You posted Sam's... Oh, Sam had a written response to this video? Dude. If Sam's not even giving him the fucking time of day, bro. That's so funny.
Like Sir Francis Bacon, and the highest quality of bacon is AAA. Sam Tripoli. But I've done that.
And also, I just want to note, Tyler has still not posted a baby picture of himself to discredit the fact that he's Kathy Sanders' grandson. Dude, truly, it all started as a joke, but what if it's real? What if the fucking Ouroboros of Wysopals is literally, it's Kathy Sanders protecting Paul Wysopal, Timothy McVeigh, who did the Oklahoma City bombing, by saying that he killed her grandchild, who is actually a clone of Paul and is still alive. He's still alive, and he's an influencer also protecting Paul. Like, dude, how is Timothy McVeigh and Paul Wysopal like me, or you know, not Tyler's number one fucking pet project like me? Dude, like, that should be his number one thing. It's the most provable. Their voices are the same. Like, if Tyler was real, he would be right here with us going, Paul Wysopal's Timothy McVeigh. This is fucking crazy. He's a fallen angel. He fell from heaven. Now he's Lucifer. And he's doing all of these false flags. Why does he keep popping up around all this chaos? Waco, the Orlando nightclub shooting, the Oklahoma City bombing, 9/11, all this shit. I think it might be because Paul Wysopal's actually a fallen angel. Timothy McVeigh. Dude, I should make that video. That should be the video that I make. Is saying clones aren't real, guys, and do my best Tyler Hansen impression and be like, Timothy McVeigh is a fallen angel. He's not a clone. Yeah, they have that Wysopal whistle, dude.
I've done that video, and he's mocked it, and he's played it over and over again. If it's so dumb, why do you keep playing it, Sam? Because
it's funny. What do you mean? He's playing it. Dude, do you think if he was actually worried about it, that he would play it over again? He's watching it over and over again because it's fucking funny. Like every Tyler Hansen video. It's hilarious.
these fallen angel babies are prideful and they want to be recognized. And while this one's a little less prideful and a little bit less of a baby, I need to use him to show you something. They're shapeshifters. Uncle Pappy, young to old, to Robin Williams, to Teddy Roosevelt.
If they're shapeshifters, why would they make themselves look the same? What are you talking about, you fucking idiot? Dude, Tyler's gone full R word. You never do that.
They're shapeshifters.
Bro, he went, what's eating Gilbert Grape? He did.
And they don't die, just like Francis Bacon, the founder of Freemasonry and the writer of all of Shakespeare.
Please do a post of him next to Paul and claim it as fact on your page to piss him off. Well, I could do two videos. I'll do one that leaves Tyler out, because truly though, right? Like, Tyler Hansen should be using Timothy McVeigh and Paul Wysopal as his fucking creme de la creme, top fucking fallen angel proof. But he's not. He literally won't even touch it, really. The only thing he'll say is, oh, you think I'm Timothy McVeigh? He'll never talk about Paul Wysopal. That is a little too close to home. Someone asked today on Instagram, how did you find out that Tyler is a clone of Paul? It's like Tyler. The way he acts is weird. Tyler's all the proof that the cloning is real and that he's literally Paul's clone progeny. Yeah, we gotta mark Tyler as AI.
It's a pretty
I
intelligent.
remember when we were doing that campaign of spreading that Tyler's actually just AI. That's too real too. Possible.
Guy versus this guy who is, but he just puts on a dumb shit act to deceive you. So they're.
He swore? Bro, dude, Tyler's really mad at Sam. Sam must have done something.
prideful, ego-filled babies, and they like recognition. So listen to what he had to say in his podcast the other.
Oh yeah, dude, I talk about Tyler all the time, and he literally never says anything about me. What the fuck's up with that?
Hold on. Are you trying to say, are you someone that believes Francis Bacon wrote all of Shakespeare?
100%. And I'll stop my share right now because I'll come back to it with some other layouts and whatnot. But
have you ever heard that the fittest flat earther thinks I'm Sir Francis Bacon?
Yeah, I've seen that guy. Guy's such a clown. Dude.
He is a fucking clown, dude.
What a downgrade, huh? I mean, to go from that to the guy who flunked first grade and has man tits.
Yeah.
And is doing conspiracy podcasting on YouTube. I like Sam. Sam's humble. Sam's funny. Sam's pretty knowledgeable about most of this shit. I saw that clip the other day when he was with what's his face? Who's the guy we kind of like? Who's Danny Jones. I like Danny Jones. He's still just a little naive, but he was like, did you hear that Alex Jones called 9/11? And Sam was like, no, dude, that was Bill Cooper. And then just off the cuff spit out all this dope Bill Cooper knowledge. But Sam's pretty well read on most of this shit. I trust Sam far before Tyler Hansen. Yeah, Sam's OG. Yeah, Sam plays dumb but has a super smart brain. Exactly. Smart guy.
Yeah, the idea that's where it falls apart. If he also believes that Francis Bacon.
Yeah, I like Danny. I think Danny Jones does good work too. We'll watch him and he'll just be a little naive still, even after everything he's seen. But I love Danny. I think he does a good job. He's a good interviewer, and he's good at suspending belief so that you can listen to people's points. Like, I like that.
Wrote Shakespeare.
Okay, fine. Let's pretend just for a second that you're not Francis Bacon. That's okay, because I have more ammo. Because I couldn't help but recognize your stupid voice.
You were an OG researcher for Tinfoil Hat? You taught Sam about the Large Hadron Collider a decade ago? That's awesome.
Sam. It's very recognizable. And well, there's one show.
What a downgrade, Black Death. You went from Sam Tripoli to me.
In this world that I watch, and it just happens to be Below Deck. And remember, I said they're full-on shapeshifters. And this guy, Bobby, he's in Below Deck.
Dude, it doesn't even make sense, Tyler. Truly. They're shapeshifters, but they gotta look the same. They change they just age up and down, but keep the same exact facial structure, like.
And early on, when I was awake and I still thought people like you and Joe Rogan were providing me truth, I used to listen to your show and I couldn't help but notice how exact your voices are.
You have anger? All the time. I'm Armenian. Yeah, I go zero the felony very quickly.
Bro, if these voices aren't the exact same, I'm going to fucking punch through the screen and get Tyler. That is the threat, for sure. I'm going to punch Tyler through this computer screen.
Really? And that's a big part of just like breathing and like knowing that I am not my thoughts.
Sam's voice, who has anger.
Sam literally like never has anger in his voice. He's always pretty jovial. Guys, tell me Tyler isn't watching all of my videos and just moving the goalpost from him to someone else. Is this literally not what we were talking about with Tyler last week?
Let's hear what Bobby has to say.
Talking about how mad Tyler always is? Look how mad Tyler is right now.
Why the f*** do you care? Let me get in trouble. Danny got away with murder, and you guys stuck up for him until the last second. So f*** you, and f*** you, and f*** you.
Do you hear it?
No. Honestly. Wait.
but notice how exact your voices are.
You have anger? All the time. I'm Armenian. Yeah, I go 0 to felony very quickly. Really? And that's a big part of just like breathing and like knowing that I am not my thoughts.
Sam's voice, who has anger. Let's hear what Bobby has to say.
Why the do you care? Let me get in trouble. Danny got away with murder and you guys stuck up.
And like having like a yelling clip where compared to a normal speaking voice clip
For him until the last second. So you and you and you.
Do you hear?
there's like something maybe with like cadence, kind of, if you're looking for a stretch, but their voices do not sound the same.
Hear it?
You want to hear fucking voices that sound the same, dog? Oh, I can't fucking skip ahead in this video.
What do you think of the Attorney General, Giannarino?
They say if you don't have anything good to say about somebody, don't say it. So we'll go on to the next person.
Today we recruit. You got to be somewhat computer savvy. Kids today, they're tweeting and twitting and banging away on that.
Dude, Tyler wants to be me so bad. You're so right. Tyler does hear voices. You know whose voice Tyler hears 24/7? Mine. When he's not watching me, dude, all he does is hear my voice in his ear. I have replaced his conscience. And it's just me correcting him and telling him all the mistakes he's making that he's leading me on to figuring out, for finally putting the nail in the coffin on Tyler. Not a threat. Although Tyler does dole out lots of death threats, and physical violence threats and anger messages, so I don't really give a fuck. But I would never hurt Tyler. His ego for sure. Yeah, he stole my whole shtick, dude. Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, Tyler wishes he could be me.
Do you hear it? How about here? Do you see it? And remember how I said they're prideful babies and they love to talk about themselves?
Do you believe in the moon landing?
No.
You think it was fake?
Yeah.
So who do you think created the moon?
Who do I think created the moon?
Yeah.
The Archons.
What are the Archons? You mentioned them earlier.
They're like fallen angels.
Like actual angels?
Fallen angels, yeah.
Let's see what else you have to say while you're...
He's like, see, he believes me. He's taking my story and mixing it up to include clones, and clones don't exist.
wearing your fallen angel hat. Oh, and stick around because some of you know what's coming.
And you're miserable because these elites...
Dude, Tyler, I'm serious. I'm surprised Tyler doesn't have steam coming out of his ears right now. Y'all see how mad he is, right? Look at that face. He's going fucking serial killer eyes on everyone.
He deals with demons that are trapped here because the gods trapped them here in this realm. Sounds crazy. Sounds crazy, right? You're like, oh, that's crazy talk, Sam. You're a crazy guy talking crazy shit. Okay, what do you believe? Oh, they just tried to make everything better and it just didn't work out. Again. Why the do you care? Let me get in trouble. Danny got away with murder and you guys stuck up for him until the last second.
So for this one, we're just going off voice kind of sounds alike. And what? So Sam Tripoli moonlights as reality TV star? He's definitely copying you. Most Fed influencers are just the modern day Elvis, Rolling Stones copying actual original creators being pumped up by Fed money. Dude, when we get the fucking files... the Catdad files, that's what we need released. Fuck the Epstein files. I want all of the files that are related to Catdad and KNITWITCHES. Dude, I bet they've got their own fucking, like, What was the Los Alamos? They got their own Los Alamos type setup in the fucking Utah desert where their sole mission, they have 300 FBI agents and they're all trying to decide how to stop just us. It's just us. We're not allowed to succeed, and the FBI is spending $1 billion a year on us.
You and you and you. You have anger? All the time. I'm Armenian. Yeah, I go zero the felony very quickly.
See, he tries to pass the buck that all these elites made deals.
Mattis Flat Usurper. Dude, that is pretty good. That's pretty good. Mattis Flat Usurper. Woo!
Deals with demons. It's to hide the fact that they are the ones running the show, the fallen angels, and they hide in every avenue of the TV and unfortunately in the truther world. But let's get to what a lot of you are waiting for. And well, I knew I had the gift of sight, but I didn't know until recently that I also had the gift of hearing. Look how that eye is in the exact alignment, and so is everything else.
Like, dude, I'm really trying to follow Tyler here. People say I'm insane. Tyler's straight up insane. I mean, I know he's not insane because he knows this isn't real. He's just buffooning to try and confuse us. But this isn't even a good stretch. This is like, the stretch has broken. The cord is broken. No more stretch. Yeah, he's so bad at this. Like, he can't even make a compelling... There's no one else? I mean... Well, I was going to say, dude, just be like... He looks like this one Nazi, but then he would be doing the thing that he wants to distract everyone from. Because once people start going, oh, we should start comparing people to Nazis... It's a lost cause, dude. Been there, done it.
His lips, his nose, his eyes, the other eyebrow.
Like, dude, he's literally like, look, a human face. A human face is right next to another human face.
Noses are exact, and yes, their teeth are slightly different. I don't know what they do with their teeth. Maybe they don't have teeth, and they're always putting in fake teeth. Look at these exact noses. And then, well, I couldn't help but notice that right there. You know, the scar in the exact same place that old Bobby has his scar.
What up, Icon?
In the exact same mouth placement and nose placement. Sure, you're not a fallen angel, Sam.
I used to be so brainwashed. I mean, I actually thought we were going to Mars. Not your fault, dude. Dude, this shit is funny. Tyler is the lazy Paul psyop. Yeah. Like, dude, imagine Paul, the greatest psyop artist of all time, using his DNA to create Tyler, and this is the fucking disappointments that he cooks up. You go talk about fallen angels, right? Timothy McVeigh, the greatest psyop of all time. Tyler, worst one. Everyone hates Tyler, except for me. I love him. But I keep making these videos and everyone's like, man, I fucking can't stand Tyler. I feel bad for him sometimes. And then I remember he's a fucking Fed.
Sure. You're just pissed that a high school PE teacher outsmarted a millennia living prideful baby.
Dude, is there any proof that he actually worked at a high school? Also, I wouldn't brag about that, Tyler. Not with your family history.
An angel. It's got to really hurt. I mean, being outsmarted by a jock sniffer, a PE teacher, a high school PE teacher. I mean...
A jock sniffer.
that's got to sting. No wonder you mock me all the time. No wonder.
Tyler hates being mocked, bro. Oh, yeah, you didn't know Tyler was a failed PE teacher?
It's kind of sad. It's really sad that a high school PE...
wait, he says that he got fired for telling the high school kids about the flat earth, right? Isn't that what he said? I think he did one time. That shit's so funny.
Teacher who doesn't even teach anymore. He's retired. And he gotcha. Let's hear what this...
He's retired or forced to retire? What, not allowed near a school, Tyler? What's going on there?
This angry angel has to say one more time.
Why the do you care? Let me get in trouble. Danny got away with murder, and you...
Bro, I can't wait to read Sam Tripoli's response to this. The fact he didn't even make a video about it is perfect. He just wrote a little thing.
You guys stuck up for him until the last second. So you and you and you.
If you guys want real, actual truth by a human and not one of these fallen angel, prideful babies lying...
Brother, you really can't see how prideful you're being in this? Look at this face. This says it all. Yeah, he's a self-admitted jock sniffer. Is that the phrase? Or is he just doing TMI? No way, dude got fired for sniffing jocks. I agree, dude. Choosing your fake job to be high school PE teacher is very pedo-coded.
Every word out of their mouth. Well, I started a podcast. And guess what? On episode 2,
Oh, he did an angry episode about gatekeepers. Isn't that so funny? That's what we keep calling Tyler. His second episode's about gatekeepers. Not about sharing his love for the truth. Not about any of that shit. Not about sharing his theories. Nope, he's talking about gatekeepers. You know, a gatekeeper who was gatekeeping and gaslighting would probably want to start calling out other gatekeepers to get the trail off of themselves, you know? Just thinking out loud.
Releasing today, I talk about these gatekeepers, and it's way more than you could ever realize. And it's most of your truthers, too, unfortunately. But of course, all this is for entertainment purposes. I don't really think that stupid face can morph and shapeshift into that stupid face. Nah, that's ridiculous. Entertainment only. Got morph and shapeshift into that stupid face. Nah, that's ridiculous. Entertainment only. And it's way more.
Dude, one of these days, I swear to God, at the end of Tyler's video, he's going to say, "What we weave becomes." Watch.
Than you could ever realize. And it's most of your truthers, too, unfortunately. But of course, all this is for entertainment purposes. I don't really think that stupid face can morph and shapeshift into that stupid face. Nah, that's ridiculous. Entertainment only.
It truly is. I mean, it's stupid. What's the theory here? The theory is that they just don't have enough people to play all these dumb roles. So Sam Tripoli's doing a full personality change, full body change, full voice change to go play a reality star? Not even a star. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. This is fucking stupid.
Francis.
Okay, Sam. Here's what Sam said. Wait, did he comment this on Fittest Fed Earther's Instagram video? This is a comment on his video. Look who's banging with the big boys. Sir Francis Bacon himself. My favorite agent of misinformation, a.k.a. the Fittest Flat Earther, a.k.a. CIA agent Timothy McVeigh, whose wife is allegedly Terry Nichols. Is back at it saying that people who look like other people are other people. Ha ha ha. He keeps saying I look like Sir Francis Bacon because of a drawing. And yeah, that's the best part. And my last name sounds like a brand of ham. He basically thinks I'm the guy who founded the Freemasons, wrote Shakespeare, and invented arithmetic, and now I'm a guy who's functionally ill. Illiterate and flunked first grade. What a downgrade. My favorite part of this video is where he calls all of us liars, then lies about not believing what he just said for basically legal reasons. Please check out his new podcast where he basically takes a shit in ears with his unhinged basic bitch takes. I'm here for this, boys. I'm here for this drama. That shit is good, bro. Fucking Tyler. Tyler posted this 8 hours ago. So what the fuck? Did Sam say something in here about Tyler?
Kabbalah comes along after the temple is destroyed, and the Hebrews have no way to atone for sin because there's no atonement for sin without the shedding of blood, right? So that's when they start dipping their toes into Babylonian Kabbalah. And it literally would be the equivalent of, say, the evangelical Christian 100%. And I'll stop my share right now because I'll come back to it with some other layouts and whatnot. But
have you ever heard that the fittest flat earther thinks I'm Sir Francis Bacon?
Okay. So this was 3 days ago. Yeah, this was 3 days ago. And then Tyler made that video 8 hours ago. Bro, Tyler be watching all of his haters. Tyler's watching us right now.
Yeah, I've seen that guy. That guy's such a clown.
Dude, what a downgrade, huh? I mean, to go from that to the guy who flunked first grade and has man tits.
Yeah, the idea that's where it falls apart. If he also believes that Francis Bacon wrote Shakespeare and that it's over.
So I am 100% on the. Oh, go ahead, XG man. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying I didn't think that Sam would have ever been the guy to write Shakespeare. I would when I was reading something. I
can't even write.
Right. Huh?
I just got into a fight with ChatGPT because it wouldn't write the description for the Stu Peters show. It's like, this is hateful. I go, I haven't mentioned anybody. What are you talking about? You're inferring everything. Well, I'm like, write it.
You got to use Grok, dude, for that stuff. ChatGPT.
Yeah, dude, that's me and fucking Thoth. Although Thoth has eased up the last few days. Thoth made the fucking the thumbnail today and didn't give me any grief about Paul. Thoth cooked this shit up and was like, yeah, here you go. Here's Paul on a fucking milk carton. Usually he goes, oh, I can't do anything with real people. And this fittest fittest FBI agent, Paul Wysopal, is an FBI agent, so I can't do anything about that. That's pretty good, right? There's Tyler, too. I love Tyler always being in the thumbnails now. Tyler always watching. We love Tyler.
He gets so queeny whenever you try to even approach something edgy.
Canva's AI is more chill lately too. Yeah, they probably got caught on to us being like, yo, every time that you buck and say that you can't do something, it's because I'm saying the truth.
So, just because again, my research runs off on all these like tendrils and kind of octopus legs. And so there's a big part of my research that goes down the whole Francis Bacon thing, because I do think he's the linchpin between modern day and the Stuart dynasty and then what came before. And he's kind of the distillation of the mystery schools into
exactly
scientism and the empirical method. So I think he took basically what he was one of the most brilliant people to ever walk the face of the planet. He was in Cambridge by 12 years old. He left by like 14 or 15, was back by like 14 or 15 teaching at Cambridge. They said by the age of 12, he had read everything in print in like 3 or 4 different languages.
Wait, Sherlock, they banned your channel? I didn't realize that. Sorry if I missed that. Sherlock banished. Wait. When did they ban it? They banned your whole Idaho 4 channel? You were about to break 10K subs too? You made a new account and you're still banned from uploading, so they like banned your IP address? TikTok and YouTube, and banned from Discord and StreamYard? How do you get banned from StreamYard? Wait, what? Well, I mean, we knew you were onto it, but like... Sherlock's been saying that fucking Brian Koberger is like a fall guy. He didn't fucking do it, and it's all, you know, classic Fed, false flag, something. That's crazy, bro. But how come... But there's that other guy that... Who's that? What's that other guy that... He kind of reminds me of Fez from Euphoria. That always talks about the Idaho 4. Is his shit banned? Yeah, what did they get? What was the reason? Conspiracies? Dude, that's bullshit. When did this happen? Bro.
Languages. I believe that he is the son of Queen Elizabeth. I believe that he was probably, not probably, but definitely had the biggest right to the throne. I believe that in order to keep herself safe, because she was a woman and they had deposed so many people, and Henry VIII, her dad, had cut off so many wives' heads, and then different people had pushed her out, pushed her sister, Mary, Queen of Scots, in there. I believe her whole reason for actually having a baby and then keeping the fact that he was her child under wraps was that that's a weakness. And all they'd have to do at that point, anybody who wanted to take over the throne of England, is
no reason or violation. I simply made a teaser video showing the new math equation I'm using to expose the real crime timeline, and I got a message saying we took a close look at your channel and will not be restoring it at this time on March 30th. What a bunch of fucks. Black Death said email them to him, he'll upload them for you.
kill her off, raise Francis Bacon up as however they wanted to, and steer him in any way that they wanted to. And
they're talking about Sir Francis Bacon, the Shakespeare guy, because Fittest Fed Earther says that Sam Tripoli is Francis Bacon, which is like a nice. It's like that's a nice comparison. That's like when people say I'm Owen Wilson. I'm like, oh great, he's handsome. I like him. Imagine saying that you wrote all of Shakespeare. That'd be cool. No one's ever said that about me. No one's ever been like, man, Catdad, are you also Mark Twain?
And then there'd be no reason for to keep her around. And that had been happening within the Plantagenet and Merovingian.
It's Game of Thrones, dude.
100%.
Straight up Game of Thrones, dude.
100%.
I read a book by the Freemason. It's this legend that this guy left this book in this. He was staying at a tavern one night or some kind of inn, and he left a book that broke down everything the Jesuits were doing, and the amount of royals that the Jesuits had assassinated was insanity, dude.
And that really kicks off and gets really bloody in.
So that's all? That's all he said to Tyler? And he got that shit video for that? Bro. Tyler needs to take a fucking nap, dude. Alright, I need everyone to lock the fuck in. Everyone knows my special project, Paul Wysopal, and how I made this afternoon on Dress to Smell Good's fucking hot tip. Is Timothy McVeigh, right? And his clone son, Tyler Hansen. Okay, does everyone know Stephen Paddock? You know Stephen Paddock, the guy who did the Las Vegas shooting on October 1st, 2017, where he mowed down a bunch of people at a concert in Las Vegas. Okay, tell me this. Why does Paul Wysopal live 1 mile away from Stephen Paddock? He moved there 9 months before Stephen Paddock did his big ol' shooting. Yeah, guys, please explain to me this. This is what he moved 1 mile away from Stephen Paddock right before he did the shooting, okay? And we all know that Paul is literally the god of all psyops, right? Okay, Paul's career starts by him being cloned from Reinhard Heydrich during the Lebensborn program from Nazi Germany, okay? That's his beginning. And you know, he begins life as Timothy McVeigh. Lives a cute little full life as a domestic terrorist, well, pre-domestic terrorist. Paul joins army, wants to be a Marine, gets bone spurs, gets kicked out, and then he goes all domestic terror on everyone. Then look, he shows up at literally fucking Waco, bro. He's out selling bumper stickers in front of Waco like he's fucking Lee Harvey Oswald handing out fair play for Cuba shit. Look, he's got a little swastika up on his bumper sticker. So Paul does Waco, right? Well, more proof that the army thought that Paul should be with them, and then he goes and does the motherfucking Oklahoma City bombing. Okay? Look, he did this, where he literally kills his own cloned son. This is Tyler, his cloned son. So this is Tyler, a clone of Paul, who's a clone of Reinhard Heydrich, okay? And look, he murdered Tyler Hansen in the Oklahoma City bombing, because look, right there is Tyler Hansen's baby picture from his grandma Kathy Sanders. Then Timothy gets busted, goes to prison for a few years. Timothy gets executed 3 months to the day before 9/11, where they used all the extra blasting caps that they stole from this guy Roger Moore on all of the towers. Dude, and also Tyler, I will retract if you provide actual good evidence that proves that you are not Colton Sanders. Colton Sanders sounds like Colonel Sanders. Oh my God, did Tyler Hansen start KFC? This is Tyler Hansen level logic. No fucking way, dude. I think Tyler Hansen started KFC. Don't spread that, guys. Don't let people know the truth. Tyler Hansen started KFC. You want to know how all of the towers were detonated? With the blasting caps that Timothy McVeigh and his friend Terry Nichols probably stole from Roger Moore. Then completely separately, okay, this is a different guy, Paul Wysopal, who's not Timothy McVeigh, okay? During the exact time that Timothy McVeigh was in prison, Paul was up in Bemidji Resident Agency in Red Lake Indian Reservation up in literal fucking Minnesota. They Fargoed his ass so that no one could see him because he was in jail as Timothy McVeigh. And then look, Paul comes out of the woodwork and he becomes the special agent of congressional affairs at the FBI 1 year after he did 9/11. Then 2 years after, assigned to counterterrorism division, detailed to the CIA-led working group in Washington. 2004, LA division to supervise Al-Qaeda squad. 2007, he's promoted to the assistant special agent in charge at the National Security Branch in El Paso, okay? Here's young Timothy McVeigh, Paul Wysopal. This dude, Manuel Mora, also looks fucking familiar. I've always been like, this dude looks familiar as fuck, but I've never placed him. In 2007 in El Paso, doesn't look anything like Timothy McVeigh, right? Certainly not. Dude, this is what a fucking career rise, right? Then he goes and he works for the Chiefs. Bro, OKC, KFC. It's got the same exact ring, brother. Holy shit. Colonel Tyler Sanders, Criminal Justice Info Services. Then Robert Mueller makes him the special agent in charge of the Tampa division, where guess what? Wait, and Mueller's the one who just died, right? What? A couple years later, guess what happens?
No,
Omar Mateen shows up to the Pulse nightclub shooting and shoots up a bunch of gays. But yeah, wait, no, Robert Mueller literally is the guy that Trump just wished, that Trump just said, I'm glad he's dead. I forgot. I was thinking of Comey. When I was reading Robert Mueller, I was thinking of James Comey. Dude, wait. My fucking brain is... Robert Mueller's the guy who oversaw the fucking, the Russia shit. Remember when he was like, there was no Russian collusion. Trump is not a Russian asset because Robert Mueller is a fucking old school FBI Lebensborn Nazi. He can't let everyone know that Trump is being controlled by handlers. That, you know, they're not, it's not like he's being controlled by Russia. He's being controlled by the Russian CIA, which is just the CIA. I mean, he's got a fucking Russian wife. He being controlled by Russia. But yeah, Mueller, dude, that's crazy. I was thinking James Comey this whole time. It was Mueller. Mueller's the one who installed Paul. Yeah, you've confused them too. I think I confused them too because they both were doing Russia shit. But I haven't thought about Mueller for a while until I made this video today, because you know it's from that document that, where is it? It's all from this one doc. Yeah, see? Robert Mueller. This is like his resume. But dude, it really doesn't even make sense, because look, they're like, so Paul's an attorney, right? He's doing all this counterterrorism. He's working for he's the special agent of the Congressional Affairs Office 2002, counterterrorism 2003, LA division to supervise Al-Qaeda 2004. And then he goes to Appleton to be an attorney for 2 years. What? And then he gets promoted to the assistant special agent in charge of National Security Branch in El Paso. Why did I write New Mexico? Someone corrected this in the video. They commented and was like, El Paso's in Texas, bro, not New Mexico. I don't know why I had that written as New Mexico. I wrote it twice? What the fuck is going on? I think I'm just stupid. Okay, I just thought it was El Paso was in New Mexico, even though I know it's not in New Mexico, but I wrote it twice. Right? Like, why the fuck, dude? He's an attorney for... This is 2006. Yeah. 2006. I am proud to be supported by a diverse group of individuals in Winnebago County, from attorneys to judges. Paul Wysopal, attorney, supporting Thomas Gritton. I mean, I guess he could just be like, oh yeah. But wouldn't you be like, Paul Wysopal fucking kick-ass FBI agent? Yeah, while Paul is up at Red Lake Indian Reservation, he's writing fucking articles about stadium. He says stadiums don't win games. Players do. Why is Paul writing this shit? Writing about Vikings. The Vikings have always been in a small market. Old Met Stadium was not a modern marvel in its time. Yet, it sold out each week. Games were not blacked out despite being played outdoors on the original frozen tundra. People endured the elements. Why? To see quality football. Small market, outdoor stadium, frozen turf. Yet, the ownership was able to compete. It had no trouble finding Hall of Famers like Bud Grant, Fran Tarkington, Alan Page, Paul Krause, and with time, that list should grow. If McCombs doesn't want a Super Bowl appearance, he should look within the organization for... if McComb wants a Super Bowl appearance, he should look within the organization for answers. Cool. Thanks, Paul. Paul's just writing fucking NFL fan fiction while he's stuck up in fucking Bemidji doing violent crime... violent crime unit. Dude, there's all sorts of typos and shit. Makes no sense, right? Kinda. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. He's moonlighting as an attorney. Very cool. Do not worry, do not fret, because Special Agent Paul Wysopal on the motherfucking case, dude. Look, there he is. There's Rick Scott, probably his other cloned brother. Look, he's doing FBI business. He's like, I'm not domestic terrorist Timothy McVeigh. No, that's not me with the big old fucking ears. So he covers up Omar Mateen being a Fed MK Ultra plant, right? Omar Mateen shoots up the Pulse nightclub shooting June 12th, 2016. Then Paul literally moves on January of 2017 to this fucking house that's literally 5 minutes away from Stephen Paddock, who then, not 9 months later, does the fucking Las Vegas shooting. They lived 5 minutes away. Why? At least he didn't moonlight as a PE teacher. Dude, amen, bro. Bro, this is crazy. Why the fuck is this happening? Why does Paul live so close to Stephen Paddock? I gotta know. I've been texting him. He won't answer me. He definitely read my message because it's on red. See? That's so crazy you live so close to Stephen Paddock right before the Las Vegas shooting. What are the odds? Love you, buddy. Read yesterday. He has red messages turned on still. And guys, this is just fun lore, not necessarily attached to Paul Wysopal, but do you know that the special agent in charge of Las Vegas who covered up the Las Vegas shooting, that Stephen Paddock probably didn't do it and it was a bunch of helicopters with the Saudi princes or whatever the fuck? The guy who covered that up, his name is John Peltier with the FBI, and guess where he went right after this? He went to fucking Maui and became the chief of police there and covered up the Lahaina fire, in my opinion. So isn't it so weird these guys move all over the place and then bad things just happen around them? I don't know why. I don't know why the FBI would be doing this. Can someone get back to me? Maybe let me know in the comments. The FBI couldn't be the bad guys, right? Are they the fucking bad guys? Oh, I think they might be the bad guys. Fuck. Anyway, Paul, I know that the FBI says you don't exist anymore or whatever, but I have your phone number, you have mine, I know where you live, so why don't you just get back to me? Let's talk about this. Why did you live so close to Stephen Paddock right before he did the Las Vegas shooting? Gotta know. Literally, dude, a golf cart ride away, because it's a golf cart community. It literally is. So anyway, just to recap, Paul did Waco, 9/11, the Oklahoma City bombing, the Pulse nightclub shooting, the Las Vegas shooting, fucking probably the Boston bombing. Paul is the king of all psyops, guys. If you have the location of Paul, I need you to get it to me, okay? We got to find out where Paul is, because if we find out where he is right now, we'll know exactly what psyop they're going to do, okay? So wherever Paul lives, something bad's about to happen. We got to find him. Paul, are you still in Mesquite, Nevada? Let me know, okay? And all this shit is public record. I don't know why FBI agents have their addresses, their phone numbers and shit on fucking Family Finder or whatever the fuck, but they do, because they're stupid and bad at their jobs, and they're a bunch of Rothschild Habsburg ugly bitches. So, and cloning, I'm sure, really limits the mental capacity of these people. But now that I'm looking at it too, Stephen just kind of looks like family. So we love you, Paul. We got your ass. It's over, bitch. Get back to me. Love you, Paul. Love you, Tyler Hansen. You're the best. Bye. This video's too long. All right, I need everyone to lock the fucking bro. Yeah, I don't know, Paul. I don't know what your deal is, but we're gonna find you, buddy. Just come on the stream. Yeah, Paul Psyopal. The Freemason Lodge there is only 8 minutes from their houses. Oh, God. Yeah, their voices are identical. I will die on that hill. We are right. 100%, dude. Dude, this is why Tyler will not engage with me, is because we're right on this. Of all things, I think if I had to bet on any of the crazy things that we believe in, you know, life or death, like if you get it wrong, you die, I would bet the whole fucking farm that Timothy is Paul. There's no way he's not at this point. We love Paul. You can change your face, but changing your voice isn't possible. Not completely anyway. Yeah. Yeah, and he really does sound like... They sound the same, bro. It's so funny. What a world, man. Ooh, what up, Sav? All right, let's see what's going on with Savannah. Oh.
International Powerball will expand this summer to include
Honestly, better with the mute, right?
tickets. Jackpots are going to get even bigger, but nothing changes here in the U.S. Tickets will still be $2, and the odds of winning will be the same.
Why indeed? He won't answer me. Wait, who? Talking about me or someone else? Talking about Paul? We're going to find out that the real Paul was the friends that we lost on the way. Dude, honestly, right? I mean, I kind of did bet the farm on Paul and Timothy being right. I threw away all my friendships over this shit. I mean, I threw them away because they're garbage people, garbage friends. But, you know what I mean? We did bet the farm. Yeah, first day back, she's shilling for Powerball, dude.
The agreement still needs to be approved by a UK gambling commission, huh?
So we get nothing.
Yo, show Savannah again. No Hoda either.
All right. America's favorite lottery game is going international.
Bro, this outfit is ridiculous. I'm serious. What the fuck? This is some Erica Kirk shit. I'm surprised she's not in sequins, bro. She's doing like cosplay. She's doing like she's doing a fucking convention center like costume shit. Like hottie goth nurse. You gotta calm down, Savannah. Remember, we're grieving here. We still haven't found your mother. Yeah, Hoda's back now too because it's all a stunt. Because it's literally all. Is this when the upfronts are? You guys know? Have you ever heard of the upfronts? It's when like. I think it's like, what is it? It's like a week. It's like a week during television airing where all of the ratings for that week are like all that matters for the whole year. And it's a bunch of dumbass like bidders and advertisers like bidding for advertising on your dumb shows or whatever. Like, are they just doing a stunt? This whole thing is just a stunt to get people to watch. What is the Today Show on? ABC? I don't even know. They're just losing viewers. But yeah, Savannah will 100 billion%, dude. She's going to announce when they decide how to end the storyline with her mother. She's going to be the one to break it. Billion%. But yeah, Hoda is back. They basically sent the other person that hosts the show on vacation so they could do this publicity stunt with Hoda, even though she's retired.
Powerball will expand.
Anyway, Savannah, get a fucking life, loser. All right, let's watch some real journalism. I think this was
tell
a
you
good
it's
video.
going to blow your mind. This is brand spanking new Epstein news, you guys. The son of longtime New Mexico senator, and remember Zorro Ranch, Epstein's Zorro Ranch is in New Mexico. That New Mexico senator's son, David Domenici, co-founded Washington, D.C.'s Maya Angelou Charter School.
And also to Tyler, I've done multiple, like, I think I talked about you for the first hour of this show, okay? If that isn't enough to get a shout out like Sam Tripoli always gets, I don't know what is, bro. You're in every thumbnail. Like, dude, I think that he's using Sam Tripoli as a punching bag for me. Sam didn't really do shit. I think he's just big mad at me, dude. Tyler, enemy of the show. Yeah, dude, it's the Today Show's on NBC. Who'd have fucking known, right? That's the problem they're trying to solve with Savannah Guthrie.
And his wife is Shara Mills, Hillary Clinton's chief of staff and personal counsel. Well, those Maya Angelou charter schools, they accepted money from Jeffrey Epstein's foundation. Allegedly, but it's in the files, but allegedly. It's right here in the files, but then it gets crazier. This part's gonna blow your mind even more. This is the attorney who represented Roman Polanski. Yes, that Roman Polanski who did you know what to a 13-year-old and then fled to Europe, okay? He was also the attorney for Jeffrey Epstein, and his name is in the files. And I mean, he is all over the files 1,706 times, and he defended Epstein against criminal prosecution.
Bro, imagine being the pedophile lawyer. You better be getting paid fat. I mean, he's getting paid in child pornography.
As well as Polanski. And his name is in direct connection with See Forever Foundation, allegedly. That dirty lawyer, he co-founded the See Forever Foundation, the organization that received Jeffrey Epstein's donation for the Maya Angelou Charter School.
Yeah, sorry. Exactly. Has there been any word on whether the Guthrie family hired a private investigator? Families in the same situation always hire a PI. I've never heard of a ransom victim family not wanting answers. Makes absolutely no sense. I've been saying this too, dude. Why the fuck? She's not mad at the FBI? They've done nothing. What is their fucking purpose? What were they made for if they can't do this? You can't find a 90-year-old woman? You can find some fucking jackass in the desert with a heart murmur? With a fucking magnet somehow? But you can't find Nancy Guthrie and there's cameras everywhere? And Savannah can't be bothered. She doesn't give a fuck. Moved on. She's back at work. Not talking about her mom every second. Does not care. Because she and the FBI know exactly where Nancy is. Honestly, dude, I do bet that she died of natural causes. She just died and they were like, we've been planning for this. Why not? These people are deranged, bro. Look at her. I mean, The librarian is already back.
Allegedly, I'm just gonna keep.
She has millions of dollars to pay this ransom. She doesn't need to come back to work. She's like, I just don't know what to do sitting on my hands at home. What, am I going to look for my dumb mother? No.
Saying allegedly because this guy is scary. And Hillary Clinton's personal counsel, Cheryl Mills, she also sat on the board of the See Forever Foundation, which is the nonprofit that operates the Maya Angelou schools, according to the foundation's own published records. Allegedly, I'm going to say allegedly because they're scary too. Okay, so now it gets even crazier. If you've made it this far, just stay with me. This is wild, you guys. Okay, the son of New Mexico senator, his name is David Domenici, and remember, he is the co-founder of the Maya Angelou charter schools that accepted money from Jeffrey Epstein's foundation, allegedly. And his wife is the senior counsel for Hillary Clinton, Cheryl.
His wife is the fucking, the lady that looks like Cat Williams, the lawyer that was at Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton's depositions. The one who looks like fucking Andre 3000, hey ya.
Mills is her name. Cheryl Mills was sitting right next to Hillary Clinton in the most recent deposition.
And Bill.
On the Epstein files. She was on the board of a
this one. Yeah, look, Cat Williams right here.
School that allegedly accepted money from Epstein. And we remember what Hillary just recently said about her alleged acquaintances with Epstein, that she barely even knew him. Okay, let's go back in. So her husband, this guy, the co-founder of the schools, his senator daddy was 46 years old and married when he had relations with Michelle Laxalt, who was the 24-year-old daughter of Senate colleague, Nevada Republican Paul Laxalt. Here's Pete's mom and Pete's much older daddy, and you know who this guy is. So his daddy, Pete Domenici, was New Mexico's senior United States Senator in March of 1993. And if you've been following, I've been covering this. That's the same year that Albuquerque attorney John J. Kelly signed documents as Jeffrey Epstein's personal power of attorney to close the purchase of Zorro Ranch from then Governor Bruce King, and then to execute the state land leases on the property. Now, Kelly, he was serving as New Mexico State.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Do cops even investigate? Not in my experience. I did all the investigating. Cops want to write tickets and take drugs from people, get you in the system. No SRO officers. Schools police themselves. Statistically, families get frustrated with law enforcement investigation and pursue their own investigation like 90% of the time. A PI increases the odds of solving it, period. There's no rational reason not to. Yet, Savannah doesn't care. Savannah's like, the police are doing a great job. They're doing a great job not finding me, the person who killed their mother.
Chair of the Clinton. What I'm about to tell you is going to blow your mind. This is brand spanking new Epstein news, you guys. The son of longtime New Mexico senator, and remember Zorro.
Did it just end abruptly? No, I think that was the end. Oh, wait, yeah, this guy was talking about Nancy.
So I never thought I would say these words again, but we have a Nancy Benet Ramsey update. Oh, take me back to February 2026, because now that feels like a lifetime ago. But aside from the fact that Savannah has taken on a whole new identity with, you know, sexy librarian glasses and her hair now pinned up, that...
Damn, Savannah, you gotta calm down, dude.
Besides,
it's a morning show, bro.
It's the fact. She wants us to not recognize who she is and not recognize that her mom has been missing for the last 3 months. But anyway, I digress.
Doesn't care.
We have an update, and apparently we're supposed to be getting an investigation update, which also aligns with the fact that I guess on the Today Show, when Savannah was dressed up as a sexy librarian, somebody, I don't know, maybe Sheriff Nanos called her and she had to exit stage left on the Today Show this morning, which seems like maybe there's an update. Did we find Nancy? Did we find the lady? Did the aliens return her? Where is Nancy Guthrie? Where is Nancy Benet Ramsey? Nobody knows, but maybe we do. We're supposed to be getting an update. As of right now, it is 5 p.m. Pacific, which is 8 p.m. Eastern, and there's allegedly supposed to be an update in 1 hour, okay? At 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, there's supposed to be an official update. And again, this does kind of align with the fact that something happened with Savannah on the Today Show where she had to abruptly exit and Hoda took over. But I don't know, do we think we found Nancy? have we found Nancy? If we did find Nancy and this video is insensitive in 1 hour, please retract all of my statements. My management team will issue a statement on my behalf. But we're supposed to be getting an update.
Nancy Benet Ramsey is so funny.
Where's Nancy? Did we just find her? Do we know where she's at? Did Tommaso come clean? LOL JK. That's allegedly. We're not saying Tommaso or Annie did anything. I'm not throwing that allegation out there.
Tommaso?
I'm just saying.
Her
They
brother?
were the last ones to see her alive, and she's been missing for 70-something days now. Just saying. I'm not trying to implicate anybody, for entertainment purposes only. Allegedly, all the things I'm legally obligated to say. On that note, we will reconvene in 1 hour. So I never thought I would say these words again, but we have a
choose us based on a lot of factors. So satanic family bloodlines are really important. You have the Mormon Church doing a lot of research, genealogical research, searching for these satanic family bloodlines. They share that information with the Central Intelligence Agency, who is then able to work at bringing those families into the project. When a family is discovered and they bring their children into the project, that family and the way it's treating its children, abusing them and raping them and being involved with all kinds of bad stuff, that family is now protected under the 1947 National Security Act, because that family is involved with the project. They're also protected under the 1949 Central Intelligence Agency Act.
Dude, this all resonates a little bit.
Their activities, the abuse of their children, all those things that they're doing for programming that child. And
Freakazoids.
so they select from those satanic family bloodlines. Those satanic family bloodlines, they call us the chosen ones. They would also call us CIA kids. But we're referred to as the chosen. And that's because we came from satanic family bloodlines. But they'll also pull from children that are orphans, children that have lost their parents, their guardian might be abusing them. They're able to pull from them. And a lot of times, if you're not in a satanic family bloodline, you're a lot more disposable. And they're able to use you for other things, such as even killing you in front of a group of children who are chosen in order to traumatize those chosen children and use you for programming. And then they'll just use abused children that have been abused. And boy, it's a rough deal, man. Those kids that were orphans and those kids that just came from families that could give a crap less about those kids. It's disgusting, but I was blessed to be one of what we call the chosen. That's one of the reasons I'm still alive. They choose us based.
I don't know, guys. Maybe all these people talking about this satanic ritual type shit, maybe they're all I think they're all crazy. All of them. Oh, you want to get mad? Here. This is the lady that wrote the hit piece on Sasha Riley. Watch this.
To Sasha Riley's audio, and you will get a whole nother story.
I'm an investigative reporter for MS Now. My beat is politics and conspiracy theories, and Sasha Riley is a name that
My beat is politics and conspiracy theories.
I've been hearing a lot lately. Riley is an Iraq war veteran.
Share the link for that last video.
And who says that he's been diagnosed with PTSD. He's got 500,000.
Dude, see how all of, like, everything that they say is important. They're saying it for a reason. They're saying, oh, he suffers from PTSD. Like, they're not saying he's crazy. but listen to the way they describe him.
Followers on Threads, where he shares this story. It's a fantastic.
And listen to the way she talks, where he shares this story.
Account about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump that's
fantastical.
become a real fixture of the left-wing conspiracist movement. Riley claims that he was trafficked and abused as a child in the 1980s by a network of wealthy and powerful people, but there is no evidence that any of it happened. Now, Riley's
Look at her smug fucking face.
story has landed.
Look at that fucking chin. Double cleft chin. Indicative of Habsburg lineage, just saying.
within a growing conspiratorial community. It's derided as Blue Anon, which is a lefty take on the MAGA conspiracy theory QAnon. This community has been scouring the Epstein files for proofs.
This broad literally saw the Epstein files and was like, there's nothing to see here, guys.
That Trump is also guilty of Epstein's crimes against children and worse. The White House and Trump.
She's saying there's no evidence. There is a William Riley in the files. That should be enough to go. I mean, we should look into this, but so far I went to the police and they said, we don't have the files.
Have called those accusations false, and journalists have found no proof to support them. Now, Riley's story, which includes details that are frankly too out there to even post on social.
She won't even tell his story.
It's been shared millions of times over. So in March, I flew to Victoria, Canada to meet Riley, and I spent weeks trying to verify his claims. Now, I talked to Riley's ex-wife and his family. I contacted local and federal law enforcement agencies. I could not find a single piece of corroborating evidence for his claims, but I found plenty that contradict.
Does Sasha go by they, them, or he? Because if so, lady, do a better job. You're a MS Now journalist.
When I called Riley to tell him what I hadn't found, he posted about it. Within minutes.
I just got off the phone with Ms. Zadrozny, Russian name, interesting. She will be printing a piece that essentially says they could find no corroborative evidence to support my allegations. My testimony will remain unchanged. I love Sasha.
Hundreds of people flooded.
Yeah, it's funny that Sasha has named specific people and not one has threatened to sue him. That in itself is telling. Stand strong, Sasha. We believe you, Sasha. Thank you for staying strong.
His comments saying that I must have been compromised.
You are. I mean, you work for MS Now, idiot.
Or threatened. You can read the whole story in the link at ms.now.
Listen to.
What a cuck, right? I commented, Brandy loves pedophiles. All right, what's this? Eric swallows well.
Now 10 American scientists.
Oh yeah, they brought up the 10 American scientists that have been murdered.
Who have either gone missing or died since mid-2024. They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things...
Yeah, get back to your local news desk, Karen. Brandy Radzowski. What the fuck is her shit? Also never heard of Blue Anon until this moment. Well, yeah, now Blue Anon is the thing to call lefty people who are waking up. Oh, they're just fringe conspiracy theorists. Yeah, who would ever think that our government is being run by satanic pedophiles? That's crazy.
Are connected.
I've seen the report, Peter. I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that and we'll get you an answer. If true, of course, that's definitely something I think this government and administration would deem worth looking into. So let me do that for you.
And there are now 10 American scientists who have either gone missing or died.
It being brought up at the White House, though, makes me go, is that even real now?
The elites have been running this planet for hundreds, if not thousands of years, in part because they do magic while telling us that magic doesn't exist. So today I'm going to expose one of the core mechanisms.
Brandy Radznowski was super into chastising anyone speaking out on the COVID vaccine during COVID. Okay, good to know.
That are being used to control our reality. Let's first define what magic is. Magic is the co-creation of reality by everyone who perceives it. So if you control someone's perception, then you control someone's reality. So imagine now that somebody could do that on a large scale. That would mean that they could control the reality or the individually accessible reality. And they're doing it by tricking you into worshiping a false god. And I'll explain. Unlike what you learned in Sunday school as a kid, the purest form of worship is embodiment, meaning to take on the identity of. So what they've done is force you through social and moral and political pressures, aka fear, into an identity, effectively lobotomizing you and inoculating you to higher ideals, effectively controlling your perception and simultaneously making you a predictable part of the system. All because they got you to choose a political party or a culture or a race or a religion, right? They got you to choose a construct. People say gender is a social construct. Everything is a social construct. That's what you should be aware of. Everything is a social construct.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, you are not choosing the lesser of two evils. You are not choosing an ideology. You are not choosing a religion. You are choosing an identity. One that will blind you to everything else. You are choosing a false god. The elites have been running this planet for hundreds.
Yeah, dude, I agree. Like, that's what the Matrix is them putting up the guardrails of thought and making us all agree to them. And then we think this is just how everything turned out. No, it's very much being made to be like this. You're driving through Data Center Alley right now in Nova and your head is pounding. This place is toast. Dude. Those places, we gotta figure out how to see, like, electromagnetic waves so we can see the ley lines and see what the data centers are doing, find where the portals are, all that kind of shit. I wish they'd come up with something better. These dorks have no creativity. Amen, dude. Fuck you, Robert Mueller. We're all glad you're dead.
Our inbox is flooded.
New Iran dropped,
Americans
I think.
Saying they don't watch the news. They listen to our songs instead. Since your media is full of shit. Let's keep it 100 and talk reality. 5,000 years of Persian soul, of poetry and light. You sold nuclear threat to every camera in sight.
Oh
but
my God! Did you see his name? His name tag said, or his nameplate said, "BJ Queen."
I'm a record clear, the real atomic arsenal. Tel Aviv, my dear. The IAEA in the building, they've been watching the file. Israel's undeclared.
Yeah, Lori, thanks. Like the stream, boys, if you're liking the stream.
Warheads like the mile by mile. You weaponize the fear of Iran to fund the machine. While AIPAC lobbied Congress and pocketed your team. While soldiers bleed for Bibi's dream. Your son-in-law cashed $2 billion from the Saudi regime, Kushner. Your lobby chain is tight as stroking out the globe. While your son is trading stocks inside his velvet robe. Baron. Wake up, America. Open your eyes to the devil's design. Epstein, pedophile ruler. Sacrificing for Israel's line. Wake up, America. Open your eyes to the devil's design. The world's watching your move. Don't feed feed the swine. Epstein's Island, 40 plus flights
Don't
on the
feed the
log. You the main
swine.
character, Jeffrey was just a prologue. You act like a savior, but you're leaving bodies cold. How many nations have you broken? How many lies have you sold? Vietnam, Japan, Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Panama, Syria, Germany, Serbia, Indonesia, Cuba, Sudan, Pakistan, Egypt, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, Yemen. We're bringing you freedom, bro. They never asked for that. Retribution is coming where the storm you can't tame. Iran doesn't forget, and we're coming for the game. Spoiler alert. Israel's final war? It's against y'all. Take it seriously. Before it's too late. They're just using...
Dude, that's true as fuck, bro.
You for now on it, bro. They never asked for that. Retribution is coming where the storm you can't tame. Iran doesn't forget, and we're coming for the game. Spoiler alert. Israel's final war? It's against y'all. Take it seriously. Before it's too late. They're just using you for now. Want to see the real truth? Watch how they talk on Jesus. Don't say I didn't warn you. America.
Bro.
Our inbox is...
These AI videos, these AI Lego videos are undefeated. This old
New Yorker article that he wrote about Sam Altman and the future of AI and whether we should trust Sam Altman at all. I do want to say that people in the spiritual community have stopped talking about this because kind of like when you talk about gardening or other things, your content gets demonetized and, deregulated and stuff like that. But listen to this quote. The truth of this is we're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens, a former OpenAI executive said. The portals currently exist in the United States and China, and Sam has added one in the Middle East. He went on, quote, I think it's just like wildly important to get how scary that should be. It's the most reckless thing that has been done. So of course I wanted to look up and see where this data center is, and apparently it's in Abilene, Texas. This is part of the larger $500 billion, that's with a B, Stargate project that's aimed at expanding AI infrastructure in the United States. We're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens.
Demons.
So if you live in or around Abilene, Texas, can you tell us if there's been some weird shit that's happened or if you've noticed anything? Or is that entire area just basically quarantined off and no one can talk about it, show up, or do anything about it? I'd like to know. Let me know in the comments. And if you made it all the way to the end, I want to tell you, I had this friend a few years ago who, back in 2024, was talking about how he had clients that were coming to him who worked at these data centers, these AI data centers, and they were genuinely talking to him about opening portals, having things attached to them, and literally like freaking the fuck out. Like, so freaked out that you essentially call someone who is an exorcist, like an actual exorcist, not the religious exorcism that has been fed to you that you think is oh so whatever, the real shit, like the real shit from the ancestors of the people who have been on this planet for much longer than the church, okay? Much longer. So this doesn't surprise me at all, but definitely is something that a lot of people aren't talking about or paying any attention to. But if you're in Texas, if you're in Abilene, Texas, we want to hear from you. If you don't like weird shit, go ahead and scroll away.
Yeah, bro, they do be summoning demons. That is what they're doing. They're literally bringing in they're so lame, bro. This is why they're sci-fi nerds. They took all of the sci-fi warnings and said, no, let's do them. Yeah, Paul Wysopal has his whole backstory is that he was an attorney for... Here, wait, what does it say in his resume? I'll give you the Mueller wording. Prior to his appointment with the FBI, Mr. Wysopal was a military lawyer in the U.S. Army Judge Advocate General Court for 3 years and a civilian attorney for 3 years. So you're saying that he did civilian attorney work between being fucking the special agent in charge at Washington, D.C. of the FBI, the counterterrorism division of the CIA, supervising Al-Qaeda. He did all of that, and then he went and was a civilian attorney for a couple years. Like, fuck off. I should have included that in my video. It was already 8 minutes, though, so there's only so much you can get to. I also didn't give dress to smell good credit in the video. I did in the comments. I meant to in the video. I just forgot. Paul Wysopal has no high school diploma registered in America. Well, so he has... Oh, yeah, look. And so 98, maybe they're talking about this too. In 98, he's also a lawyer. Birch Court in Bemidji, Minnesota. It's all lining up. It's Bemidji. They keep saying Bemidji. In 88, he is the best man, or he's a groomsman for this guy, Thomas Gritton Sanderfoot. Sanderfoot? Is her name Kathy Sanders? Faye. I want to find this guy. I've tried. I can't find him. Paul or Thomas Sanderfoot. Or no, it's Lori Ann Sanderfoot. Thomas Joseph Gritton. I think I did find... Wait. I can't remember if he's the one that I found on Facebook and DM'd, but his account wasn't active for like 8 years. Oh, Lev just got fired. You okay, buddy? Anyway, dude. What was Ian Carroll saying about the Las Vegas shooting?
To try to understand what we do and don't know about it and let people make their own minds. But the first encountering of it.
You found Thomas Gritton or Sanderfoot? Did you find his phone number? I'll call him.
When I thought about it, I was like, so that would explain an assassination attempt on someone like bin Salman, might explain all this gunfire across the strip where there's like an evacuation happening and there's operatives running around and there's like two.
Yeah, dude. Aleister Crowley opened up an alien portal and then we got Scientology and rockets.
Because all those shootings in all these hotels where there's no civilian victims really to note, that to me implies two armed forces fighting each other. You know what I mean? It's just like basic logic. Is if you have a bunch of gunfire going off all across a city and no civilians are getting shot, then it's because you have people with guns shooting at people with guns. I would assume. And so it's like, okay, that explains maybe that kind of stuff. Maybe it explains the airports.
You mean the portal is probably fake? Every religion needs some stupid event to justify its existence? You mean like an actual physical portal? Well, the way that I always thought of it sounded to me like they were just talking to something in their heads or something. Portal could be metaphysical. Yeah, that dude's still in Neenah, Wisconsin. I ran a cross-country meet there once.
Stuff. Maybe
Neenah makes all the fucking sewer caps for Wisconsin. Most of the sewer caps everywhere all say Neenah, Wisconsin on them.
It explains like an evacuation. It explains helicopters like turning off their transponders and hovering over the Mandalay Bay, which we saw them do and didn't see them do, so to speak. So it explains a lot of these pieces, but it's like, but how does that explain shooting up the concert? It's like, at first it was like, are they shooting up the concert to create, like, to trigger his evacuation protocol? That doesn't make sense. Like, I don't get it. And it's because I didn't understand the historical context of Saudi Arabia and of Wahhabism and of Al-Qaeda and of the power struggle that had been raging in Saudi Arabia for years at that point, and had really intensified right at that moment. And I still don't understand it because it's so freaking complicated.
What is Ian Carroll's fucking forearm tattoo?
But once you look at Saudi Arabia and their history,
a bunch of ice cubes,
their royal structure, their political structure, and the political seismic shift that has happened around the Salman line right now, that piece starts to click into place. Because when you look at something so horrid as the Las Vegas shooting, who is going to shoot like 20-year-old girls in the face with just reckless abandon like that? That is like the definition of a terrorist attack. And so
you know what I could also see, dude? I could see this conspiracy, this whole Saudi Arabia conspiracy, Al-Qaeda thing being a psyop of the psyop to further hide the truth. We're too far deep, man. We're at the bottom of the rabbit hole.
If you don't know anything about the incident, how do you even come up with a perpetrator that could ever bring themselves to do such a thing? Yeah. It's like, is it North Korea? Is it Russia? Is it Iran? Is it, who hates American people that much?
The American brain can only explain that by attributing it to...
Coach Tommy commented on what video and reposted on Facebook? Don't you think he's a Reinhardt clone? I mean, I've joked about it. Coach Tommy isn't really big enough. I feel like he had bigger channels 2 years ago. He was more on my radar, but I don't really fuck around with Coach Tommy. I've been leaving him be. Been leaving him out of it. I've been kind of leaving Eddie out too. All I need is Paul and Tyler. Everyone else muddies the waters. But Coach Tommy, I feel like early on, I feel like he did more Fed work than he does now. Now, every time I hear him talk, I'm just like, get to the point, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? He feels like a Fed in the fact that he never says anything, but he doesn't seem to be doing like diabolical work like Tyler. Yeah, he talks in circles. Wait, Coach Tommy, you're talking about he saw my video? Wait, he saw it on what? On Facebook? Wait, hold on. I gotta see that. What's his name? It's on Facebook? Hold on. What's his name on Facebook? Help me. Thomas Clayton Coleman. He did. He did repost it. That's awesome. No, we love Coach Tommy. We love Tyler. We especially love Coach Tommy now, though. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing. Fuck yeah.
To a crazed lone gunman who's seized by mental illness or something. But the American brain cannot fathom any organized group.
Dude, I just remembered again. Oh, someone wanted to see the cats. They weren't here, but now Mushka's here. Buddha. Excuse me. Look over here. There she is. All right. That's enough. You got to pay for more.
Exactly.
Of people doing something.
It's on our onlycats.com page.
And certainly not like our own. Like, you can be the craziest conspiracy theorist with.
Oh, but wait, I was just saying. I just remembered how it's so crazy that Paul moved right by Stephen Paddock. Why? That's so crazy.
Literally wrapped in tinfoil, sitting in your own microwave, but you still can't, like, it is still not a legitimate argument to say that like a CIA officer is going to get onto that helicopter and shoot a minigun at civilian Americans.
I don't believe
not
that.
A chance.
Nope. And if I start believing that, I'm leaving. And
no, like even the most horrendous, like even Henry Kissinger, Hillary Clinton, take your pick of like the most vile people in American history. They're not going to do that. And so it's like, who would? And when you look at the history of Saudi Arabia and the sort of warring factions of their religious and political ideology and the Wahhabism hardliners that very much are sort of aligned beside Al-Qaeda and that are sort of where Al-Qaeda, like, you know, fractioned off from. And you know this far more than me. That is very much an ideology that is perfectly okay with killing Western young people with reckless abandon.
And the interesting thing is that MBS.
This feels like some New World fucking war on terror shit.
Mohammed bin Salman, then the crown prince, still technically the crown prince, but the man who runs Saudi.
I mean, they're gangsters. It's not because of their fucking religion. It's because they're straight up gangsters. They're the mob. They're the oil mob.
I mean, he's just crushed them.
He's changed everything
since then, right? Just crushed them. But specifically.
Oh, you want some Winston? All right, we'll do some. We'll check on. What is Winstony's thing? There he is.
Winstony. Oh, you look so cute in your turtleneck. Winston. Are you honking? Oh, you're such a good boy.
Dude, these cats are just arms. Yo, Winston's being crazy. Oh, she said proof that Winston isn't chill 24/7. Look, he's being a menace, bro. I mean, he do got that orange in him. 3 cats in the bed. 3 cat standoff. Dude, this is a Mexican cat standoff.
A few moments later.
See, Winston, it's fine having them in there with you.
Aww.
You love them.
Dude, he looks like you could give real, like, you know, rough pattings. You know how cats like getting their freaking eyes smooshed back? Whenever I pat my kitties, I always go around their head and jork the peener a little bit and squeeze the skin on their head and like squish their skulls out. They love it. Just grab them behind the ears a little bit and then their eyes go. But they love it. But it looks like you could really give Winstony real solid hard pats. He's just bone. He's a bonehead. Oh, they're so cute. Yeah, isn't it nice sharing with your warm kidder brothers? Oh. What's up with Sir Arthur?
Look, can I get a word in, please? You've had your medicine.
Winston always sounds so forlorn. Or, Arthur.
You have. You've had 2 lots of treats off. All right, okay.
Forlorn, but then spiteful. Spiteful rage.
It's quite aggressive. And I'm going to give you now your breakfast, which you won't eat. So it's going to be a waste. These things are very expensive, Arthur. Don't you look away from me like that. So, Arthur, look. Can I get a word in, please?
Bro, he's relentless.
We can't keep doing this. Okay?
Bro, there's this one kitty, Frank the Tank, that this girl found, and it looked like he had like a fucking fractured skull or something, and she wasn't sure if he was gonna live, but they took him to the vet, and they put like a drainage thing in his skull, and he's getting better, and he's doing real good, but he's so cute, and his face is all fucking shaved and stitched up and stuff. He looks fucking beat up, but he's doing a good job. He's coming back. I can't remember her name.
All right, okay, fine.
Bro,
Fine.
Arthur's
Fine, okay.
wild.
What is it that you want? You want that?
Wait, what's the shit with? Why is RFK talking about roadkill again?
Hey mate, I just got one question. In all seriousness, what is your fascination with roadkill and dead animals? I know you've done a few things, notably.
Is there something that actually happened with raccoon dicks? Why do I keep hearing people talking about RFK Jr. and raccoon dicks?
With a bear, with a raccoon more recently. I just want to know what the fascination is, sir. Anything? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hey mate, I just got one question. In all seriousness, what is your fascination?
Where's his fucked up little head? Oh my god, listen to this old lady.
What time did you say we were eating? At 4?
Oh wait.
Hi, Poster. Good morning.
Oh, look at her little walk. Dude,
You gonna have a
when cats hit like 20 and they start looking like this and their fur's all scraggly and they walk funny, my heart, dude. That's what started getting me having cats in New York. Was this producer I worked with was giving up his like 18-year-old cat because him and his wife were having a kid. Insane, right? But so I took her and had her till she was like 23 or something. And then after that, I kept getting like going to the ASPCA and getting like the oldest cat that they have. I think I had like 4 kitties like that. But now with 3 is too much. So I can't have an old lady right now, but when one of them kicks the bucket, I'm definitely going to get an old lady again. Don't tell them.
good day.
But they always sound crotchety like this. They don't give a fuck. And then they always have some weird thing. Like, half of my old ladies were obsessed with, like, I always called it tub water, because they just want to, like, have the tub faucet dripping, like, very slowly. And one of them would sit there and lick it, but then one of them just liked it dripping on her head. Oh. Listen to that purr.
Oh yeah, you got all the purrs.
Some of the old ladies have the best purrs too, dude.
This morning. Yeah. Hi, Buster.
Oh no, you just lost your orange boy? He was only a year old? I'm sorry. That's the worst. Dude, losing pets is truly the worst thing ever. They should never die.
Hofster. What's wrong? Come here. Come. You don't want me to go to work today?
No. They always got gimpy feet, little limps. Oh, I love them.
Come. Get him.
She's so cute. Let's hear that purr. Oh, the purrs are starting.
Hofster. What's wrong?
What time did you say?
4:30. Where is he? Oh, here we go. Yeah, look at Frankie. Poor little guy. He got his shit rocked. He's getting better though. Free all orange boys, bro. No, still nothing on the Becker front.
He's gone after
specific people.
Those people.
So let's unpack this a little bit.
Wait, before we go further, just the key question: do we know that he was in Vegas that day?
No, we do not. And there's this one video that question hinges around, because people started to talk about this theory, in the months following this, and in the years following it. And this video emerged and went viral. And I have questions over whether this was orchestrated in order to discredit the theory, as often happens, where when a theory that we're not...
Who are you talking about, Yogi? Maybe BS. There's a lot of content on her website on the Wayback Machine that makes me wonder she could be teaching but have bad intentions at the same time. Who were we talking about? I forget.
Was to talk about gains power and steam and traction, people start talking about it, you release something that is...
Oh, you're talking about Sabrina Wallace? I've always kind of felt like Sabrina Wallace is, not tricking. I don't know, I've always felt kind of averse to watching Sabrina Wallace, and I don't know what it is, truly. I saw she might be practicing technomancy. What the fuck is that? Although that would not discount the validity of what she talks about. I don't want to watch her anymore. Mostly I feel like every time I watch her, it's the same thing where I'm like, get to the point. Like, what are you talking about? Sometimes for the most part, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm not saying that all the 5G body shit that they're doing to us isn't real. It is, of course it is. But I never feel like there's like a point. I don't know. So I kind of feel what you understand, or how you're feeling a little bit. Magic through technology, harvesting people's energy. Her website, Synergy, has it. But I'm not sure. There's a lot of content on her website on the Wayback Machine that makes me wonder she could be teaching but have bad intentions at the same time. I never said that she was lying. I said she could be teaching but also have bad intentions. Energy harvesting. Honestly, for the most part, it's mostly just her vibe is like not really my thing. I always feel like she's very like defeatist and I don't know, sometimes it doesn't feel like she's trying to help. She just seems really mad at everyone. I'm not sure, like, you know. But anyway, that's just me on the vibes. But yeah, again, like, I don't have any ill will towards her. It's just I usually am kind of like, stop yelling at me.
Supposed to be a piece of that theory that is easily disprovable, right? And this video goes viral.
I'm watching that right now.
Exactly, right? Yep. This video goes viral of this evacuation that happens that night, where there's these two guys surrounded by armed police officers, clearly like clearing the area, evacuating out of one of the hotels, and someone gets it on cell phone camera. And the two guys that are not police officers, that are not armed, one of them is wearing red shoes and a white baseball
Bro, is it just me? Is Ian Carroll's tattoo really bad? What is that?
Jersey, and he's carrying a little bag that's like, looks like an important Las Vegas-y kind of money or something bag. And the other guy's in a suit. And the idea is, it's like, is this guy in the white jersey Mohammed bin Salman? Which is, at first it's like, what
Ian's mustache has lost the plot.
Talking about, like, dressed like that? I don't think so. But I who knows? Maybe it was constructed to be like he's in disguise. The short version is we know for a fact that was not Mohammed bin Salman. He was one of the like chiefs of security.
Hold on, we need another break. Can you imagine if it started raining cats, bro?
This is unreal. They're everywhere.
We wouldn't be so lucky.
Oh my gosh, they're all cats.
I love they keep hitting the ground and then disappearing.
This is unreal. They're everywhere. How is this happening? Oh my gosh, they're all cats.
Their little bounces are so funny.
The puppy one just slid off the car. This is unreal. They're everywhere.
They're just bouncing like little balls.
Oh my gosh, they're all cats. The puppy one just slid off the car. This is unreal. They're everywhere. How is this happening? Oh my gosh, they're all cats.
Yeah, let's get to the bottom of here's the real investigation of the night.
That hotel, and he posted online and was like, no, that's me. These are my shoes. I'm a sneakerhead. Like, here's all the corroboration you could ever need. That's me. I was called into work because I live nearby.
What the fuck is this tattoo?
And because they had not yet cleared that building.
Is that a bunch of ice cubes at the top?
I came in with that team as they cleared the building, and then you can see in the video, right at the end of the video.
And is that a flower? Kind of a bad flower.
The cops keep going straight, and him and the guy in the suit, they veer off to the right towards something, and they have a little dialogue where it's like,
he's got his sleeves rolled up because he's cool Ian right now. He's got his cool Ian mustache and his cool Ian tattoo.
Hey, you go to the offices? And they go to their offices to start working on the crazy security situation that they're in the middle of. And so that video is not at all related.
Bro, I feel like Tyler and Ian went to the same fucking Fed school to learn how to talk. Not that they have the same voice. They just talk kind of the same, like the same cadence, you know, like the same like Fed speak.
It has nothing to do with it, but it got fed into the narrative right at this critical moment where I suspect that it was supposed to discredit this, make sort of like muddy the waters of this question of was bin Salman in Las Vegas at that time. And I have not even begun to scratch the surface of the research that these other folks have done over years of trying to verify where he was that night. And the best that anyone has gotten, as far as I've seen, is that there's a hole in his schedule where no one knows where he was. And we know that he was other places before, and we know he was other places after, but that specific little window of time, a couple days around Las Vegas, around October 1st, 2017, no verification of where he was at all. So we do not know. So Ibn Saud,
he's like, give me a tattoo that looks like a bruise. Agreed.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He had a bunch of sons.
Honestly, at first I was going to say it kind of looks like a skid mark on his arm.
And it's been his sons ever since.
Yeah, it's bacon.
And so the king of Saudi Arabia has been getting older and older and older because as one has abdicated or been overtaken or whatever, it's just been like first they were in their 30s and now they're in their 40s and now they're in their 60s and now they're in their 70s. And now King Salman took off like office. I said office because I'm American.
Ian Carroll looks like he would be on a wanted poster in the 1800s in the Old West.
He took the throne.
And I would be collecting that bounty, brother.
In his 80s, right? So the last three kings of Saudi Arabia, King Fahd, King Abdullah, and King Salman, super relevant to the current power struggle that's happening. And King Fahd was 82 to 2005.
He's closing up his federal notebook. He said, oh, my handler said I needed to hit all of these talking points while we were putting this on the Habibi. What did he say? He said, what kind of people are they? They're just kind of like this. It's, you know, this is how Muslims are.
I'm no expert
Wahhabi.
On religion, on Islam, on Saudi American politics.
Bro, this is not fucking a Muslim thing. This is a fucking gang thing.
But it's not hard to figure out that King Fahd was pretty hardliner, and a lot of these guys are pretty damn hardliner. This kind of Wahhabism, this very conservative religious government that they run.
What up, Jen? TK?
And King Fahd, he oversaw a whole bunch of terrorism. And like let's not forget that there's a lot of things that happen on
Ian Carroll's doing fucking terrorism watch
on 9/11 that I don't think the official narrative accounts for, but we do know for a fact that Saudi Arabia was very involved. Like,
bro. Okay, I see what Ian's doing. Okay.
Like Saudi Arabia represented, what was it, like 17? What was it? It was
17 of 19, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing new war on terror, baby. Ian Carroll out here talking about weapons of mass destruction.
I think it was less than 17. I think it was 15 or 16 out of 19, but it was a significant number, right?
So overwhelming majority, yeah.
Majority, the hijackers.
The feed cut out. Not from me, right? On your end?
Whatever role they really played, whatever conspiracy theory you want to be on. And then Saudi Arabia also was involved in sort of the intelligence around.
It's funny to think that most podcasts are just two CIA agents talking to each other. Dude, 100%. That's exactly what we're watching currently.
They were involved in, they were baked in. And when you get deeper into sort of like the CIA's analysis, post-mortem analysis of what happened, Saudi Arabia stonewalled the hell out of them. I mean, like Osama bin Laden was born out of this sort of Saudi.
It has taken 15 minutes to get through 30 seconds of this video. Fine. You want me to just curate stream? We'll just run a YouTube playlist.
Wahhabist mindset, and he like took it in this direction towards politics, away from just religious perspective and towards
Here,
political
enjoy Ian
violence
Carroll.
and political
I'm gonna go get a booch.
movement. Kind of born out of America getting in there and doing what we always do, right? And there's all sorts of depth there that I don't understand, but you don't have to understand all the depth of it to know that has an interesting relationship with that era, because whether he was, regardless of how involved he was during that era, Osama bin Laden was creating and growing Al-Qaeda and doing whatever it is you think Al-Qaeda was involved in, not just in 9/11, but in all these other terror attacks too. And so these hardliners, these brother kings, there's this divide that emerges in more recent times with King Salman and his son, Mohammed bin Salman, right? And there's other people that are sort of aligned with them, but they're obviously the two figureheads of this newer Saudi Arabia. They are very different. Mohammed bin Salman especially, but King Salman has been very much more progressive, and Mohammed bin Salman is very much like he wants to give women's rights, and he's like throwing giant music festivals, and he's trying to, move their investments away from just oil.
They're allowing alcohol. Yeah.
Exactly. They're doing all these things that from the hardliners' perspective, you're destroying the faith, you're destroying the nation, you're destroying the kingdom.
In the regional context, he's been radical for sure.
And there is...
Yeah, Ian and Tyler are definitely from the same clone batch.
There's a lot of news articles from the Middle East predating the Las Vegas shooting, like in the years and months. Like there's some of them that are 2 years ahead of that, where it's princes, because there's thousands of these princes, but some of them are very important and some of them are lesser important. And there were very important princes basically creating like kind of manifesto level texts saying like, we need to stop these fucking weaklings from taking over and destroying the kingdom, and basically calling on these hardliners to get together and kick these guys out and deal with them. And there is a history of political violence. Back in, I think it was the 60s, was the first time that the king was assassinated, and he was assassinated by his nephew, I believe it is.
Oh man, my fucking booch is flat, dude.
I believe it was his cousin.
I think that's correct.
And ever since, even before that, but ever since, it has very much been this Game of Thrones kind of place where you have a kingdom that has religion baked in, it has this oil wealth, it has this history growing of political violence and of infighting for the throne, vying for the throne.
High stakes stuff, yeah, for sure.
Very high stakes. And so as you approach the Las Vegas shooting, and this is stuff that John Cullen and Jason Goodman dug a ton into, and you can go to John Cullen's YouTube channel and dig back through it all, because he did it all in these like 1 hour long podcasts and sort of exposés that takes a long time to get through. But he very much lays out his version of the theory, and he's not the only one, but he's the most deep into this theory. And I very much think it's the most likely. I think it's the most fleshed out and logical theory, all the way from explaining why we saw terrorism that night, but also why we saw these other things. But also it fits into this historical perspective of what was actually happening in Saudi Arabia at the time that we as Americans aren't aware of, because the secession had just shifted. King Salman, not Mohammed bin Salman, King Salman was on the throne. He took the throne, in 2015, I believe? Yeah, 2015, Salman takes the throne. And he changes the succession. I believe it was...
Who's John Delaney? John Delaney might be from the same batch. Too bad I like John. Yeah, Ian was talking about corporate versus family-owned products, then boom, suddenly everywhere. I wonder how that happened.
Earlier in 2017. It was like maybe 6 months or so before the Vegas shooting. And he changes it from one of these...
Oh, so like right around when Paul Wysopal moved into Stephen Paddock's neighborhood?
Hardliner guys to his son, bin Salman, Mohammed bin Salman. It's very confusing with these names. If you're American, you're not used to Arab names. But then the moment that bin Salman gets in there, there is reporting about his actions. You have to kind of triangulate it from watching what he does, but he immediately starts to consolidate power. And one of the examples is he moves to dismantle their sort of intelligence apparatus and move it under the jurisdiction of their like defense department, sort of, which he's the head of. And the guy that was in charge of the intelligence apparatus at the time was one of these hardliners from one of these other kind of family lineages. And so it's things like that where he's kicking people out of their positions, he's changing around who's in charge of positions, and he's trying to take away power from these various hardliners that have had it out for him for years and do not want this shift to take place. So he's replaced a guy that doesn't want him there, and now he's the crown prince. He's gonna take the throne, and his dad might abdicate at any time, right? His dad is in his 80s. At any moment, he could either die or get sick or just decide that he's over it, and his son is now the king. And so Bin Salman's not a dumbass, and he knows that he needs to do something about all these opposing, family members that are actively trying to take him out, and they've been talking about trying to take him out for a long time. And what I just explained about the head of intelligence and that the nature of the power of the intelligence networks, that's just one piece of what he's doing here. And he's doing that for months leading up to the 2017 to the date of October 1st when this shooting happens. And when the Las Vegas shooting happens, it's right in the middle of this building of tension.
Oh, these cats are shedding everywhere because they're hot. They're like, Pop, it's hot.
This shifting of power that we think is over there, right? It's over in Saudi Arabia, obviously. And it's understandable that would be happening in Saudi Arabia. So we kind of have a burden of proof to explain why would this be happening in Las Vegas. And I don't know as we've met that burden of proof in the way the theory has developed over the years of people kind of digging into this and trying to piece it apart. But Al-Walid bin Talal, one of the...
Dude, this is boring, right?
Richest of all of the Saudi princes. He's like, I mean, I guess it's changed over the years, but we're talking like a multi-billionaire. In 2017, he was like the 40-something richest person in the world.
And also, we're 15 minutes into this video. Thank you very much. Who was saying that? Zane? How dare you, Zane? I haven't heard Ian Carroll say one fucking word about Paul Wysopal. Fake news.
World by Forbes or whoever. Something like 16 or 17 billion dollars net worth, if I remember correctly. He is like the Saudi Bill Gates, is the way a lot of people referred to him. And he owned a 45% stake in the Four Seasons hotel chain. And the Four Seasons hotel chain owns, well, they like co-operate the top, I think, 6 floors of the Mandalay Bay above where Paddock was, allegedly where Paddock's room was. And so the theory started to dig into, people started to look at this like, well, so we have a faction, this sort of Wahhabi hardliner faction that we know would willingly kill massive numbers of Americans for whatever reason, even if it's just incidental to something else. They would be happy to kill Americans. It's not like every Saudi Arabian person is this way. That's not what's being claimed by anyone. It's that there are...
But no matter what, dude, with all of this, the FBI has to be involved. And he's not talking about that. Oh, it's just a random... it was terrorism. Okay. Seems like the FBI is fine with it because they don't fucking care.
There are people with legitimate terroristic ideologies in those factions.
And they're very opposed to MBS.
They're very opposed to MBS. To them, it's an existential threat. They need to... and they're not quiet about that. They have been talking about that for 2 years and more. And the clock is ticking because MBS's dad is going to abdicate and MBS is going to take the throne. And MBS knows this. And so in the months leading into this shooting, MBS is actually going after them. He's seizing some of their money. He's restricting their travel. He's reallocating power and consolidating.
Sorry, guys. That's Ian Carroll's fault, not mine.
Power very actively and overtly. Not like we have to assume this was happening. We know that those things were happening. And so their clock is ticking and their window of power and freedom is closing because they're getting their travel restricted. They're getting their, elements of power being taken from them. And so you actually are looking at a faction that is willing to do the thing we see being done with motive to do it in the time frame that we see it done in.
Wait, hold on. I want to check in because I heard Savannah rushed off of set this morning during the show. Let's see if this video offers any insight into that. Oh, it's OK Magazine. Probably won't.
Today, viewers of the Today Show expressed concern over Savannah.
OK Magazine be putting out... Oh, wait. Putting out shit like this? Wait, who's OK Magazine? Is that a real magazine?
Guthrie's abrupt departure during the April 15 episode.
Roll the
Guthrie was
clip.
set to interview Anne Hathaway about her upcoming film, Mother Mary. The program returned from commercial with Hoda Kotb speaking with Hathaway instead, leaving many puzzled.
Where the fuck
Watching
was
the Today
Savannah?
Show.
Trump's
outmatched
in
by
Vegas right
systems.
now.
And so what we do is we try to empower them to advocate for themselves through policy and really just help with their children's education in general and any issue that is a parental rights issue.
I wonder
So
what
that's we
Paul's
do.
doing right this second.
And I just want to thank you for what you've done in regards to protecting women's sports. We know that, when we protect women's sports, we're really protecting the opportunities that our daughters have. And I have daughters myself. And
we're talking about the women's sports
so that's
again?
really, it's so important. And so many girls have already been hurt. So thank you for what you've done on that level. And then, it also helps them know that they're worth protecting and that they matter. And I think that's something that we haven't shown our girls
why is Scott
prior to this.
Bessent looks like motherfucking Jeb Bush? Dude, don't tell Tyler about that shit.
One more thing that I just really want to...
Yeah, this guy looks like he's wearing a George W. Bush mask, right? He looks like Jeb Bush, dude. He looks like a fucking Bush.
For families, and
I bet he is a Bush.
I think oftentimes we have these families that I already mentioned that they feel outmatched.
Yeah, Paul's watching the show.
They are stuck in a system that is not working for their child. And so what this scholarship does is it expands education freedom, and it gives parents the power to choose the right education for their children. And families that we serve in our community, it means hope.
Why do these ladies that are always bloodthirsty and weird, why do they always look like this? Right?
So thank you for that. And
They
lastly,
either
I just
look
want
like
to say
that or Nancy Pelosi.
because you recognize the critical role that families play. So
Dude, is Scott Bessent a Bush? I mean, he looking like it.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much. Bartender and makeup artist Erica Cassell.
Hi, President Trump. I'm a makeup artist and a bartender here in Las Vegas. I just wanted to say thank you for all you've done for us. I know as a bartender, the no tax on tips is amazing, especially, I'm going to start crying, guys. I expect you, Mom.
I'm going to start crying.
It's great for my daughter as well. The Trump account's also amazing, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good. Well, you enjoy it.
Dude, no tax on tip is absolutely not good enough for you to be crying or shilling for Trump.
Culinary worker, great person, Nicole Williams. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole.
Hello, Mr. President. I am a longtime bartender on the Las Vegas.
Bro, they're pushing the no tax on tip shit real hard. Trump's looking for a fucking win. This is the best they have.
Nevada, and she's amazing. She mentioned it to me, and I started thinking about what an awesome idea it was, because in Nevada we have what is called a tip compliance.
Like
Not a lot of
Bush.
people know about that, where the IRS comes in and they say, you're going to make this amount of tips in an hour, and we're going to tax you on that. Even if you don't make that amount of tips, you're going to get taxed on it. So I thought that would be an incredible opportunity to keep some more cash in my pocket. So then she reached out, and I actually spoke at an event for you for No Tax on Tips. I spoke with you the day that Robert Kennedy endorsed you for president, which was an amazing experience. So thank you for that. And so I did campaign for you, and I was like, I want to see this policy come to fruition. So when I heard about the one big beautiful bill and that being included in it, it was just a reminder that it's promises made, promises kept for you. And so to see that come to fruition was amazing, and I do have 7 children, so the earned income tax credit for them is going to be helpful as well. Waiting on my husband, who's in real estate, to get his receipts together, but we will expect to see a greater tax return we can use for a car, or for our son going to school, like a trade school. It's our oldest child, so we're very excited, and I just want to thank you so much for getting that done for the people and for my family.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
This is cool.
And, just in wrapping up, a man who's been with me, I think every event I've done out here, He's your lieutenant governor, highly respected. He's really a good man. He's been to every event. Stavros Anthony. Stavros.
Stavros Halkias.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, first of all, welcome to the greatest city in the world, Las Vegas, and to the great state of Nevada. So one of my responsibilities as Lieutenant Governor is the chairman of the Nevada Tourism Commission. So I work with a great group of individuals to promote tourism in Las Vegas and in the state of Nevada. And there's a lot of reasons why people come to Las Vegas and keep coming back to Las Vegas. And one of those is because we have the greatest hospitality employees in the world here in Las Vegas. Absolutely. And we all remember 2 years ago you had another one of your massive rallies here in Nevada. It was actually at Sunset Park, just south of here. And you made this no tax on tips pledge, and everybody heard.
Dude, everything fucking sucks.
Psst. Hey!
What's CoffeeZilla talking about?
Come on, we're starting an AI company, bro. Just come into this back alley here. Come on. Come give me your money. That is honestly how it feels looking at articles like this.
Oh yeah, what was up with this? Did you hear about this dumbass shoe company that's now AI? What the fuck?
Allbirds is a shoe company that just announced they're switching and pivoting to AI, and their stock jumped 600%. This is just reported by The Verge. Guys, what are you doing? What do you think? I just want to grab some of you and go, why would you invest in this? What is the big idea? When you have the stock market go up for long enough, for a while,
Well, I think the tax on tip thing is because literally everyone in America fucking hates Trump right now. He lost his whole base, dude. MAGA fucking hates him now. They're all big mad.
Hit new all-time high.
So they're rolling out this no tax on tip, like fucking, what does that matter? Who cares?
After a dip in Iran, we have this like
Dude, I'm not even convinced that if you tip on like Square or like on a credit card or anything, I bet they don't even get those fucking tips.
tier economy that's really just like a lot of people feeling like it's a recession, most people getting crushed by inflation, getting crushed by stagnant wages. And then on the other hand, you have the stock market, which just seems to rip no matter what, basically. And I think this has led to an air of complacency. I mean, you have a famous quote from Warren Buffett that you only find out who's swimming naked when the tide goes out. The idea is that when you have a bull market for long enough, when things are going well in the stock market for long enough, investors just lose their discipline. They lose an ability to see just like basic, obvious, stupid investments. I mean, I just want to be clear, Allbirds, the shoe company, is now pivoting to New Bird AI, and they're using their initial capital from selling their old assets to acquire high-performance GPU assets. Their long-term vision is to become a fully integrated GPU as a service and AI native cloud solutions provider. You know what this honestly reminds me of is when Radio Shack became a crypto company. That's mentioned here in this article, but do y'all remember that when all of a sudden they pivoted to, we have a failing business, you know, we're gonna pivot? Like, that's a common thing to try to get, you know, shareholder interest. And we also have Atrioc. Hi, Atrioc. He says it's different this time and points out that people have been doing this since the .com bubble. People have obviously been doing this with blockchain forever. And it's like, how often does this work, like, on investors? Like, it usually does not go well for good reason. You can't just go from specializing in wool shoes to specializing in AI. It's like if I told you suddenly I was pivoting into heart surgery because that's a popular field. But this is a larger trend of insanity that I wanted to talk about because I just put a story out about Stretch, a stock offering 11.5% yield on your money. You know, they're making claims that they're like a money market, things like that. Well, now we have a competitor of that, Strive, has increased their annual dividend to 13%. So you could have Stretch, which pays you 11.5%, or you can go to the guy down the street, he's gonna pay you even more. And backing that, hilariously, part of it is Stretch, which pays you 11.5%. So backing the stock that is paying you 13.5% in dividends is a stock that's paying 11.5%. Something tells me that math doesn't add up. So you're supposed to get 30.
Yeah, I always try and leave cash tip too because I'm not convinced that anyone ever gets paid out on those tips on credit cards.
13%. Part of the collateral backing that is a stock that's paying them 11.5%. And who's posting this again? Well, it's Jeff Walton. Who's Jeff Walton? The Chief Risk Officer at Strive. Guys, if this is our chief risk officer, I'm getting concerned, right? How high can the yield go, right? Why stop at 13%? Let's offer 15%, 20%, 30%. I mean, what are we doing here? Or you could be like Eric McNeil. He offers 5 to 10% in monthly passive income. I mean, those other guys were talking yearly. This guy's monthly, all to attract people investing. Now, what's funny about Eric McNeil is this screams, unsustainable. I don't want to say the P word, okay, but it's screaming problems, right? Here's the guy right here, obviously the emblem of trust himself, right? Standing in the pink suit with the helicopter. But I DM'd him and I wanted to talk to him about it. Now, note my DM, it's very diplomatic. I do not use any kind of aggressive language here. I just say, hi, Eric, I'm looking into your fund. Can we speak? I would like to interview you or ask some questions regarding your offer, okay? And you can see Eric McNeil on Instagram. But now, when I go to that same page, I have been blocked. I have been preemptively blocked by a guy I wanted to talk to. Do you understand that? How insane that is? I just asked,
oh, you got Tyler Hansen.
Hey, can we speak? And the guy blocks me. I was not blocked prior to this. So he's offering 5 to 10%. Coffee's, I don't even say a word. I just go, and all of a sudden, hey, it disappears, right? The guy disappears. I can't find him anymore. So I just want to note that we are in a very unusual time. It's definitely not unprecedented. People often get a little crazy and honestly stupid with their money when their stocks have been going up forever. People just lose their mind. But I just want to point it out because, people are excited. They say, hey, new all-time highs, can't possibly go wrong. I'm going to put my money here, there. You're going to offer me 15%, 18%, 10% a month, right? But I think it's all a symbol of a larger market that's just completely, the wheels have fallen off in the regulator sense. This is a funny tweet I saw from FanDuel. They're a gambling company whose CEO, Amy Howe, told a Semaphore event that federally regulated prediction markets on sports gives us an opportunity to safely reach consumers where sports betting is illegal. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, there are no rules anymore. You can just offer whatever you want, right? Hey, sports betting is illegal here. Hey, what are we going to do? Here's a safe way to do it. We're calling it prediction markets, baby. We can safely reach these young men. We can sell them on the same product, but just we rename it to prediction markets. It's no longer sports betting. It's predicting the sports. So this is just the ridiculous financial markets that we're in right now. You have gambling companies getting around laws by just renaming what they're doing. You have people offering, 5 to 10% a month and blocking me when I just knock on their door. And you've got people backing a 13% dividend with an 11.5% dividend. And maybe in that world, a sneaker company trying to pivot to AI isn't so crazy. Actually, it is pretty crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. That is just insane. That's all insane. I'm losing my mind here. So yeah, come on back. If you want to invest, just come back here. It's fine. Just keep going. You'll find it.
Yeah, if you don't believe a 5 to 10% return, then you are getting blocked, baby.
So, is this just a coincidence? I don't believe so. One
coincidence?
Bit, not a chance. Now, if you're not aware, Michigan has currently been facing some very horrific weather events. For example, the weather was so bad between the rain and the snow melting that a levee was breached near Sheboygan, which they said could cause a major problem for thousands, so of course there were evacuations. This happened on Tuesday afternoon. Sheboygan, Michigan is a port city along Lake Huron with 4,800 residents and
I thought it was Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Fuck yeah, thank God it was in Michigan.
Again, they were all told to leave their homes. Well, on Wednesday, the sheriff's office lifted that evacuation order, but he told them that because they live near an inland lake, to prepare for a possible significant influx of water that could threaten their houses. But here's the thing, it wasn't just this one location in Sheboygan. Roads were washing out, homes were taking on water, and several other dams had been pushed to their limits as heavy rain and melting snow overwhelmed rivers pretty much the whole upper Midwest. You have residents coming out saying they've never seen anything like this before. For example, I'm reading this article from the New York Times. They're quoting this individual, Sam Mazza, who is filling sandbags and trying to protect his son's house in Bel Air. He was quoted as saying, "We've got friends who live there their whole lives, 50, 60 years. They said they've never seen anything like this." And it's not just the residents, but according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Michigan has seen an...
Dude, I have a feeling that the feds are going to do the most fuck shit ever this summer, weather-wise. I'm already hearing tell about El Niños. You know there's going to be crazy hurricanes. I think they spent the last 2 years heating the oceans for whatever's coming this summer. These lizard fucks.
Usually wet start to spring, receiving nearly twice its average March precipitation. That weather has continued
Gaylord, Michigan
into April, where parts of northern Michigan has already recorded their wettest spring, according to a meteorologist with the Michigan office of the National Weather Service. More than 50 inches of rain had been dumped in a span of 2 days over these locations. It's just been chaotic. So where does the coincidence lie? Well, the locations that are being hit the hardest by weather that nobody has ever seen before just happens to be closely associated with high-flow river systems, cool glacial-influenced waters, and elements of multi-source power redundancy that could power things like, I don't know, data centers. But here's where things get even crazier, because one of the locations that's being hit the hardest just happens to be Grand Traverse County. There's bridge collapses, states of emergencies. Well, isn't it just such an odd coincidence that a day before Grand Traverse County was hit with weather that no one has ever seen before in Michigan for springtime, they were in the news that Monday protesting this on Saturday.
Anti-data center protests were held throughout.
Is there a data center that wants to be in the area?
Michigan over the weekend. They ranged from Traverse City to Lansing, Ann Arbor, and Houghton. Here's video from a rally held Saturday in Traverse City. Protesters marched and held signs with sayings about what they call negative implications of data centers, including the use of public land and extensive water usage. As of this month, Michigan has about 15 planned or proposed data center projects, according to Clearview.
Yeah, isn't that just such an odd coincidence that these people are hit with, and from the multiple sources that I'm reading, very historic weather for this time frame? We're protesting these data centers, probably protesting against having to leave their lands, these data centers impacting their lands, raising their bills, they just don't want it. Well, once again, nature, or quote unquote nature, has come along and told these people otherwise. Said, I think you're wrong. I think we're going to have data centers in this location. Isn't it funny how nature seemingly always works that way? Like, for example, I remember in Hawaii, there was plans to build this massive smart city. They even have a pamphlet, the Healy Mai 2045 long-range transportation plans. Those that want to go ahead and build where people are currently living, they go to them and say, hey, we need these lands, do you mind selling? The residents say, no, I don't want to sell my lands for anything. First, you're going to offer me peanuts, and secondly, these are my ancestral lands, go away. Well, nature once again came along with a massive wildfire no one's ever seen before and told these people otherwise. It's just so funny how nature works that way.
Very odd.
Yeah, these people in Grand Traverse County, they gathered together to protest these data centers and their potential impact on the land and water use, and a couple days later, they're being washed out. But it's not just North or Northwest Michigan either. South Michigan has also been seeing some very horrible weather events recently. And just look at these data centers that are coming. Stargate, Project Portal, Meta, Thor Equity, Samsung Group, University of Michigan, Project Cannoli, whatever that happens to be,
oh God.
Project Flex, and Microsoft. So while these data centers are really gobbling up South Michigan, do you honestly think that these developers and these tech giants are going to leave North Michigan alone, given the fact that it has all these resources that are ripe for their data centers? No, I don't think so. Just look at the data centers that are in South Michigan. They're starting to run out of room, so they gotta keep heading north. What these data centers are truly for, I don't know. I do not believe we're being told the truth about their real purpose. We're just being fed that it's just to power AI, but...
Yeah, dude, what is this all for, bro?
it seems like they have no plans whatsoever to slow down or stop the expansion of these data centers. This was yesterday. The IBM Vice Chairman Gary Cohen gave a speech at the Invest in America Forum talking about data centers.
Are we overbuilding data centers that can come online today or next year? No. Are we overbuilding data centers that are coming online in 28, 29, and 30? I happen to think we are, for a variety of reasons I can go into, but just start with the most basic one. The AI technology itself is becoming so much faster and more efficient, and it itself can tell a data center how to run more efficiently. Then you throw in there the whole quantum computing piece. When we get to 29, 30, we're talking about machines that run tens of thousands of times faster than the fastest high-end computing machine today. They also, what a quantum machine does that's different is it simultaneously solves multiple equations, and it doesn't come up with zeros and ones. It comes up with almost any number you want. So we're going to be able to compute quicker and faster, and we're going to get more efficient in the premise of how we compute and how AI runs itself.
So again, they have no plans to slow down. They're looking forward to the future. What's more important to them, whatever they're doing with these so-called data centers, or Peepaw and Meemaw, their house that happens to be on top of all these resources that can empower them even further. They see that house sitting on that land and resources as useless. They see that house no different than your average ant pile. That's the truth. Here is Michael Dell at the same forum talking about his fears of slowing down.
If I have a fear here, it's that we try to slow it down or regulate it or stop it in a way that ultimately creates an advantage for our geopolitical competitors.
Bernie Sanders wants a moratorium on data center building.
Yeah, I would. That's not a great idea. I mean, I think we have to be careful about where we put the data centers, right? And I think they can be placed in the right way. And I think there's things that can be done in the energy system to make sure that we do all that efficiently. But ultimately, if we want to advance as a society and when we become more intelligent, right, we need AI.
There's always a but.
I don't think so, dude.
We have to be careful, but we have to watch where we place the data centers. But, and that is the excuse, we need more data centers, we need AI because we have to beat China. And you'll have some people out in the public that will really eat that up. They'll be in their living room saying, yes, we have to beat China.
Yeah, this guy's eyes are pushed in too close. He looks like Charlie Kirk, boys. He's pigeon-eyed.
We need more data centers while the rain is crushing their homes. Like I've been saying in my last couple of videos, they'll use anything for resources as long as it provides power. Like human brain cells, and they're swapping out spinal fluid every so often. And where are they getting the spinal fluid? Who knows?
Yeah, I agree, Amy. They're creating our digital twins and know more about us than we do. Every move we make is stored in Oracle and several others, all in the U.S. TikTok and others were always CIA, never owned or stored in China. Yeah, agreed. It's always been here.
So anything that can provide them more power, they'll take it.
Can't open your windows in the summer because of the fucking noise from this data center. Bro. You think that's a big tower of fuel?
In the summertime, like I said, we like to have our windows open, and it's hard to when you're listening to that all the time. Yeah, I worry about that, the property values, because who's going to want to, if we want to resell the house, who's going to want to buy the house with that noise? No one's going to want to buy it. They'll be like, no, we ain't moving there. I mean, and we liked it here. We've been here since 09, and we loved it here. But now, I don't know. It's not the quiet country city living that we've been used to.
Has it done anything good for the city, do you think? Having that here?
If it has, I don't know where. I couldn't tell you where. All I know is I don't even know for sure.
Yeah, the AIs can predict your death. Dude, I'm telling you, it's literally Rehoboam what they're doing. That's why they canceled Westworld, is because Lisa Joy was just writing about a documentary. Rehoboam was an AI that controlled everyone in Westworld. The big reveal, guys, in Westworld is, hey, you know what? These people living outside of Westworld really aren't living that differently than the robots inside, because the billionaires used the theme park inside to figure out how to fucking control you outside and make you live in a stupid loop forever, which is what we're doing currently. Motherfuckers.
Sure, you know, they painted it at one time and then they changed it up and they did that and they put the screens up there and they just make a noise of it. There's just too much noise.
Hey, America. So today I delivered a load to a data center in South Carolina. And I'm going to tell you something about that data center that I see.
Yeah,
it looks
exactly. Update or subscribe to Premium to find out your death date.
Like a prison. All right, listen to me. There's nothing but solid concrete walls and ventilation.
Yeah, dude, AI data centers always makes me think of a necromancer constructing elaborate phylactery to an elaborate factory to store its captured souls. I think they're capturing our souls, bro.
I don't know why they would need something built like this for a data center, but I'm telling you now that these data centers have...
Bro, the data centers are going to be like concentration camps because they're going to make us power them with fucking bikes. Watch. It's going to be exactly the first episode of Black Mirror.
Their own electric substations. I'm talking about with power cords, hey, to keep some stuff running. All right? But in all actuality, I'm telling you, these data centers look like encampments, concrete prisons. Now, I might be wrong. Maybe they're not. Maybe they really are data centers. But I'm looking at data centers that they're going to have computers that hold data. And these places are the size of 10 Walmarts. All right? Like, how many servers must you have to where these are coming up all around the country?
Yeah.
One of these data centers...
What's going on?
Look like it should be able to hold the information of everyone in this country 100 times over. But they're
unless they're literally recreating us.
popping up everywhere. Everywhere. Okay? And I'm telling y'all, I've seen some jails. I've seen some prisons. Listen to me. I don't think these no data centers. I'm honestly feeling like there's going to come a time where some of us have to put up, shut up, or be locked up. So America and Americans, y'all better stay frosty and keep your eye.
Oh, it is a phylactery, not a factory. A phylactery is a vital necromantic item used by liches and high-level necromancers in fantasy like D&D to store their soul, ensuring immortality by allowing them to regenerate even if their body is destroyed. But they steal other people's souls and use them as pawns to fight their enemies, keeping them in eternal servitude. Yeah, burn them down.
Eyes open. We know the vast majority of you are
5-minute warning.
Place, but some of us really enjoy
yes, dude, digital dementors. That's what they're doing.
our freedom. And some of us will fight for it.
That great video again comes from Deda's universe, and it could be a prison, could be some kind of encampment, we don't know. It could be batteries or things that are funneling resources, energy, water to the grounds below for their underground cities. But either way, we are not being told the truth about their purpose. I'm gonna go ahead and end this video with a clip showing a woman pleading with the committee when it comes to these data centers.
I'm Miley Kozinski, and I live 1.6 miles downstream from the metadata center in Beaver Dam. If you need to stand and stretch...
Do you think that I bet the Greenland purchase is really just to put data centers there because it's cold, right?
For a moment, please do. I have never in my life needed a group of people to be more alert to what I have to say. Thank you for staying so long. I'm a lifelong Wisconsin resident. I live on a horse farm, and I am an educator. For almost 50 years, a natural creek has flowed through my property. It's 20 feet wide, up to 4 feet deep. It has persisted through drought, flood, seasonal change. It's part of a connected system, groundwater, tributaries, watersheds, aquifers, ultimately flowing into Beaver Dam Lake. Until construction began upstream on the data center, its behavior was stable and predictable. After construction started, all of that changed here in Beaver Dam. The creek began to stop flowing entirely. Without rainfall, it would abruptly return, often cloudy and opaque like milk, with enough force to cause drastic erosion and damage. This pattern repeated itself dozens of times over a single construction season, to the point that it is dry half of the time. Dust from the construction covers my yard. My grass is white, and I'm 1.6 miles away. When I drive past it, I have to pull over because the dust cloud is so thick that I can't see the front of the hood of my truck. That behavior is not consistent with natural variability. It is not explained by weather patterns, and it has never happened before. So I did what residents are told to do. I called up the Department of Natural Resources. I spoke with dedicated staff, but the system is fragmented. My reports are passed between departments. Reports are lost. And at one point, I was told the agency didn't even know if they had clear authority over what was going on. What I learned in this process is there is no single entity responsible for what happens downstream when large-scale construction disrupts a water system. Different permits govern different activities, locally, county level, state level, some even federal. No one is tasked at looking at the whole picture or what happens beyond the project boundary. This is not a failure of individual agency staff, it's a policy failure. The law is on the side of the businesses and not on the residents. In my case, the creek's flow now appears correlated with industrial activity upstream and the times when that construction took place, including daily blasting with dynamite. When that discharge...
Yo, Mac, can I play this song? Even though it's a rough draft, is it okay? Or do you want me to wait till you got a final?
Stops, my creek stops. When it resumes, water returns suddenly. Right now, corporates are receiving fast approval tax incentives, limited review, while residents are left to prove the damage after the fact at our own expense against billion-dollar companies. This research has become my part-time job. 10 to 20 hours a week I have spent since knowing it was a data center, trying to figure out what's happening to my land. Simply sending in a water sample from my property costs $121 just to ship the sample. The cost of the test alone is going to be another $400 every time I have it tested. Water testing on my property shows elevated strontium, a very dangerous metal, and other indicators consistent with deep groundwater influence, a change that coincides with large scale excavation, blasting up.
9/11, baby, never forget, ever. Mac, you want me to play this song? Can I?
Stream and warrants independent investigation. Filters on my water system to stop this elevated metal persistence in my water is going to be over $1,000. When construction is complete, nearly 1,000.
Yeah, Paul helped do 9/11. All right, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
As you plug blue whale blow hole.
Paul did 9/11, didn't even blow O's.
Just OKC before the name change of facelift. Timmy got a BBL, still be that same bitch. Why you acting clueless, Timmy? Know he found the blueprints, Tim. It's time to meet the newest Tim. Why you acting clueless, Timmy? Know he found the blueprints, Tim. It's time to meet the newest Tim. Building boots like Legos, field trip to Plato's cave. Tyler's eating all the Play-Doh. Oh my god, god damn it, my gosh. Brushed my shoulders off and handed me a mop. Every weekday, told to clean up on the job, and in the weekdays, ever since Paul took that loss, but I'm back again, probably never gonna stop. Foreskin a war, boner cherry on top. Positive plug, blue whale, blow hole. Paul did 9/11, didn't even blow O's. Just OKC before the name, change of facelift. Timmy got a BBL, still be that same bitch. Why you acting clueless, Timmy? Know he found the blueprints, Tim. It's time to meet the newest Tim. Why you acting clueless, Timmy? Know he found the blueprints, Tim. It's time to meet the newest Tim.
I love Timmy got a BBL.
Summer 26, war bone about to drop. Summer 26, sound fire, make it hot. Bought enough bars to put Paul in prison, to see through prison, split souls like vision. Paul has the ears to listen. I said Paul has the ears to listen.
Huh?
Right, NITWITCHES giving info to the feds, they snitching. Said the bitches. Positive plug, blue whale, blow hole. Paul did 9/11, didn't even blow O's. Just OKC before the name, change of facelift. Timmy got a BBL, still be the same bitch. Why you acting clueless, Timmy? Know he found the blueprints, Tim. It's time to meet the newest
Yo, this
Tim.
beat goes hard, bro.
Why you acting clueless, Timmy? Know he found the blueprints, Tim. It's time to meet the newest Tim.
Okay. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, I'm telling you, Paul is cooked. We know Paul was grooming motherfucking Stephen Paddock. We know that now we have a fucking album dropping on his ass on 9/11, the anniversary of one of his crimes. Great job, Mac. Love that song. Yeah, we're going to have to get on that beat too. That's a nice beat. Warboner continues its rampage, bro. We might have 69 tracks by the time September 11th comes. Paul is single-handedly responsible for 9/11. That's the spirit.
Acres of my backyard will be converted from living
That's what everyone who's like, no, just the Jews did it. It was just Israel. Dude, the CIA and the FBI have to be complicit in hiding this. So at the very least, they're all working together. And the FBI is not run by Jews. It's run by Mormons. Don't worry. They're also Zionists. The problem is Zionism and cloning. Clonery.
permeable land into a paved industrial space.
Someone poisoned mushies? What are you talking about? I hope not. Poisoned mushrooms in 34 states? Shut up. No way.
Land that once actively recharged groundwater, aquifers, and watersheds. That change reshapes an entire community. Farmers and local families cannot compete with billion-dollar corporations to pay for that land. And over time, the places that defined Wisconsin, rural communities, working landscapes, they're being replaced. And then the next project arrives to fill in that spot because nobody is building a home next to a data center. People are leaving. Now there's another open spot, like a second data center now being proposed in Beaver Dam. The city annexed this land from my township. I was there at the meeting when they were talking to the farmers. Alliant Energy sent a representative in to broker the deal with all the farmers in the area. We can find a buyer for the whole shebang while you all sell at the same time. They had 10 years to find a buyer. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew exactly who was going to buy that land. But we did not. Once it got annexed by the city, it goes to the county for rezoning. That is a rubber stamp in the process. There is nothing we can legally do to stop it at that point because you have to.
Forbidden merch. You don't get it? Is Paul Wysopal Timothy McVeigh? Yes. Resoundingly yes. No, Tyler is not Timothy McVeigh. Don't confuse him, $2, you liar. Dude, what I think is that I think that they be clones, bro. But no matter what, they're family. They're related somehow. Nephew. But I think Tyler is related to Paul/Timothy. But Timothy is Paul, but Timothy is not also Tyler. Tyler's a different person. I don't believe in Tyler's fallen angels. They can age up and age down and size up and size down, but they can't change their face. Like, what? Bozo shit. It's more than they look similar. They talk the exact same. They talk very much alike.
To prove it is damaging to people.
Which is like, genetically makes sense. If they're clones or nephew and uncle or something, or I don't think it's father and son. I think the age is, although Paul's age that he claims he is he claims he was born in 1960. Timothy claims he was born in 1968. So if he's closer to Paul's age rather than Timothy's, which makes sense, I could see them de-aging him. I mean, like, on paper, and being like, oh no, he was born in 68, but really he was born in 60. If Timothy was born in 60, he could be Tyler's dad, for sure. But I don't think they're the same person. But Paul and Timothy are the same person, for sure. Would bet my life on it at this point.
Health, and we cannot legally prove damage before it's built. So it goes through. So you have to stop it at the city level if you want to speak up. But
it's more than plastic surgery, though. Like, when Paul was on the mayor of Tampa's YouTube video, which is where we got most of his audio from, he does like a 15-minute interview. But he's like a Skeletor. Like, you can't really fake like muscle definition and skin. Like Tyler is bulkier than Paul too. He is tall as fuck too, I think. Tyler is. So there are slight genetic differences, which is why I think cloning isn't like identical twins. I think it's like, maybe it's like a roll of the dice, like how any fertilization is, right? Where it's like you get a little bit, like the genetic markers might show up differently in a different organism. I don't know. No matter what, I think they're connected. I think Tyler's here to just jack my whole thing and make it stupid, and he's sent by Paul. Because Paul's mad that we caught him. We caught his ass, so he made Tyler to try and be like us. Tyler wants to be me. He wishes he could. If Tyler could, he would crawl into my skin and wear me, bro.
the city level proposed a conversation at their meeting about a TID, not about a data center.
Dude, no, that's the best part. Yeah, you wish Tyler's ex-students would speak up and tell us the tea on Tyler. Well, he never taught. There's no way, dude. He was at Quantico whenever he was saying he was being a PE teacher. Otherwise, yeah, there's got to be someone. I mean, dude, doesn't he say that he got fired for telling people about flat Earth and stuff? No one has any wild Tyler Hansen, Mr. Hansen stories?
We knew it was a data center. It was too late to do anything. And the residents of the township have to live now with the negative impacts of a data center that is on city property, and I'm not represented by the city. I don't have a representative to speak.
Yeah, like Tyler not actually teaching is a great cover because there's no one to deny it. No one's ever going to speak up because he was never anyone's teacher.
For me. I bought the property to have horses across from my childhood home. My parents live across the street with their horses. I wanted to be here forever. I can't even leave. I am trapped here because nobody wants to buy my land. They don't want to be near a data center. And they don't want a 20-foot empty ditch in the front yard.
Dude, this shit would make me want to light a data center on fire, you know?
I am...
Killdozer. You guys remember when that guy killdozered his town? I can see what would push someone to that predicament, you know?
Concerned at the idea that there does not seem to be a working system in place to make sure that permits are being followed. We can issue them left and right. There's not enough staff. There is one mining permit officer in the DNR for the entire state of Wisconsin. There's a miner on that flag. We have one guy for the whole state to make sure people are doing what they're supposed to be doing in that particular area. There's not enough. And yes, I nodded when the data center guy was up here because I agree that 840 does not do enough. And he put his foot in his own mouth. He said, we want to work with communities. Then do it. Why do you need a bill to do it? Do it. Be transparent. And one thing I have not heard anyone today share or talk about is, are these bills retroactive? Who is coming to save me? My safety net.
Yeah, next time I talk about Tyler, I'll say that in the video for any of his students to hit me up. But I know, dude, if they existed, someone would have heard by now and been like, yeah, dude, Tyler was my teacher. He's fucking weird.
Is gone. My township cannot say no to being annexed by the city. My city doesn't represent me. And here I sit before you. I'm counting on you. I need you. It's too late for me.
They're like, this lady's a radical left terrorist. Execute her. Execute Order 66, please.
I didn't get to vote no. I didn't get to speak up. I have 2 minutes at a public hearing at the city, and I am so grateful that you let us sit here so late tonight. Nobody has let me tell my whole story. Please, metaphorically, we are launching planes that are still being built, and we are forced to pilot them, and we don't know how to fly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here.
But also the planes are poisoning literal water.
Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Hell yeah, brother. All right, I don't know who this guy is, but I saw he was talking about Peter Thiel, so let's hear what he's got to say.
I have ever seen. I don't usually make videos like this.
Oh. Is he British?
Where I see something and then immediately feel compelled to turn on the camera. But as of today...
Or is this Irish?
Today, my dystopian Rubicon has been crossed. My predefined one.
I'm bad with determining accents. Especially when they're of the Australian, UK, Ireland variety.
Boom. Oligarch-owned AI truth machine. This is a concept that I have feared for a while. And it exists now.
Y-Files AJ was talking about the Jesus interpretation? No, what's that?
Journalists ruined your reputation, not with evidence, with a narrative. And when they come for you, there's no way to fight back. Until now. Introducing Objection, the first AI...
Oh, I heard about this.
Tribunal.
What a nightmare.
Former CIA and FBI agents will investigate. They gather evidence and make it public, permanently. The AI tribunal checks the record and renders the verdict.
Is this real, or is this just a fucking...
You can save your reputation in days, not years. From the team that bankrupted Gawker, mastermind Aaron D'Souza, and investor Peter Thiel, comes Objection.
Why would they post this?
Truth isn't what goes viral.
This can't be real. This has just got to be like a satire, right? That is leaning toward where we're going.
It's verified. File an objection.
From the team that bankrupted Gawker. Alright, so if you didn't catch exactly what that was, it is an assault on journalism, it's an assault on the media, it's an assault on truth. It is a privately owned company run by Antichrist Peter Thiel.
Yeah, is this New Zealand?
And a guy who's proud of the fact he bankrupted Gawker. To centralize the truth, to centralize narratives. I'm not going to get too loud because my kids are sleeping in the room next to me, but holy shit, man, this is fucking terrifying. This is real.
This guy's arm tattoo, I haven't seen much of it, but already looks more normal and not weird like Ian Carroll's.
Really scary. Let's have a look. Look at this dystopian bullshit. So
looks more natural.
Here's their dystopian website, the AI Tribunal of Truth.
He looks like a guy who would have, you know, full sleeve. Ian Carroll. He feels a little posery.
Today, anyone can publish allegations. Almost no one can afford to challenge them. Objection changes that. It gives everyone a fast, affordable, evidence-based way to dispute statements in the media. Sure, journalists get stuff wrong. Sure, the narrative changes. Journalists have got stuff wrong about me. It's annoying, I get it. But, like, this is not a solution. I cannot stress that.
Oh my God, your well water was affected by fracking? Your parents drove 1.5 hours to attend meetings, did it anyway, changed our water, smells like sulfur with hot water. Dude, that's so fucking bullshit. Yeah, AI videos are scary looking. There's still a tell that they're fake. For now. It is real? They don't even care? They're literally like, from the guy who stopped Gawker. Really? God, they're lame, dude.
Enough. Journalism must be decentralized. The truth must be decentralized. I hate this, man. To have this controlled in one centralized place,
Bro,
owned by the most...
This is what we've been saying. This is what they're moving toward. This is the AI god controlling everything. This is the literal Antichrist.
Rich and evil people. Oh, wow. Here we go. Without objection, the court jester rules you. Challenge any public statement. We have the best investors in the world. Warhawks, bailed out banks, the CIA. Our investigators have previously worked at these organizations. Right, so these are just logos that are on people's resumes. Let's have a look at your manifesto. The truth is the foundation.
Wait. Kelly Slater, the surfer, responded to Tyler Hansen's crazy theory. I will say no one has ever responded to my crazy conspiracies, really. Well, Taylor Lorenz did by blocking me. She didn't want to talk about it further. Could be because I was annoying her, but also could be because it's fucking true. Throughout his storied career, Kelly Slater has exhibited many otherworldly moments. Just to name a few, that session at Soup Bowls in Campaign 2, his 540-degree air reverse in Portugal from 2014, or his perfect heat at Teupo, Tahiti in 2005. He is superhuman by most accounts and still doing it well into his 50s. Thus, he's piqued the attention of the tinfoil hat community, like this conspiracy theory social media influencer below who believes that Slater, along with the likes of Michael Phelps, are actually fallen angels. Oh yeah, and he's secretly RFK Jr. too! Robert Melly Jr. Tyler Hansen, who goes by the flattest... Wait, what was it? Fuck, what did H say earlier? The first word was so good. Usurper at the end. Flat usurper. You know what I mean. Fittest Flat Earther Online points out some key Kelly insignia that points to him being of divine heritage. He shows Kelly throwing up the devil horns, clear sign of Satanism, obviously. His freak talent in the water, snake logos from like the 80s on his surfboards, and so on and so on. Dude, Tyler makes it all so dumb, right? They're shapeshifters, Hansen says about Slater and RFK. They can look young and old like that. He then goes on to say RFK and Slater are also shapeshifting into the actor Mel Gibson, even comparing freckles and scars on the three. Dude, Tyler didn't respond to this. This must have hurt the ego too. Of course, Slater never wanted to back down on good social media controversy. He had to chime in and defend himself. The GOAT wrote, "This might be the funniest video anyone has ever made about me. So RFK and Mel and I are all at once the same person. I also literally don't have a scar where you're pointing out. You got so triggered with me showing you a video of the Earth shadow going up the clouds. You had to work all day for this? That's commendable. I will say, I'm totally confused on what any of what you're saying even means, though. The only clear thing to me is that there are a lot of crazy people in these comments. Wild times. Fuck, that is funny. This is so funny. Great find, Black Death. Dude, my voice is so fucking shot from all this coughing. Fuck me. Dude, this is a good article. This is fucking hilarious. Wow. Never heard Tyler talk about that. When was this? Oh, this was like 2 weeks ago. Did he say anything about this? Bro, this would have killed Tyler. There's no way he didn't see this shit. You know he's got a Google alert set up for his name.
Of civilization. Yes, truth is not optional. It is the essential condition that allows humans to reason together about reality. Without shared truth, trust collapses, and discourse gives way to force. This is how all of these evil fascist people work. They say something that is like broad enough to be true, and then they just skip ahead to like the worst premise ever. They'll be like, hey, killing people is wrong. That's why we've decided to own every bullet and put AI in every bullet, so if it kills you, we know. Hey, the truth is wrong, so we're going to own the truth. Before courts rule, before regulators act, before markets move, stories are published, narratives form, reputations are made or destroyed, reality is framed, often irreversibly. This is so corrupt. It is basically just...
Isn't that saying a lot too, that I can't tell if this company is a satire company or a real company? We have fucking lost the plot, bro.
Saying, hey, what's the last system that we can't control? Oh yeah, people talking, the media. It's like all of these things before courts rule. It's like,
yeah, 2026 is chaos.
If you are a billionaire, you can buy the courts. You can control the courts. Before regulators act, you can lobby the regulators. Before markets move, you are the market. Before stories are published. Hell, I mean, like half of them freaking own the media. It's just other journalists. This is so cooked. Narratives form, reputations are made or destroyed. Reality is framed, often irreversibly. Good. And yet journalism today is not truth adjudicated and moves at the speed of the internet without a shared process for testing claims. This is...
Peter and Paul made what is this company called? Objection. They made it just for us.
The problem, but this is not the solution. This is so not the solution. So we decided to own the truth. Oh, man.
This is their final solution,
way.
Bro.
Nah. This is my dystopia Rubicon. It's written down, dog. Courts were built for truth, but cannot scale.
This is actually the movie that Chris Pratt was just in, right? Isn't that what that movie was exactly about? Was having an AI be your judge, jury, and executioner?
I hate this language, but cannot scale. Shut up. For centuries, courts served as society's truth adjudication engine. That's, like, partially true. There's also, like, truth that gets adjudicated by communities, and the courts fail people a lot of the time. Laws aren't perfect. Courts aren't perfect. OJ definitely killed his wife. What are we doing here, guys? But it's also like the modern court of public opinion is a reaction to a broken court system, or like an inaccessible court system that people who don't have enough money, which structurally was caused by you freaking VC backer dorks, so people have to bypass these exclusive and expensive things in order to actually just get some sort of freaking modicum of justice. And justice is so rare. These people have enough. They have so much. They have more money than God. They have more power. They own everything. Why do you want more, Peter Thiel? What is wrong with you? Oh my God.
He wants he wants to drink our blood too, bro.
Should, but why journalism is our first focus. There is so much hope in that one sentence for everybody else. Journalism is where truth...
Go get that checked out or get on it holistically. It's weird you and Becca Day are both sick around the same time with the same problems. They're trying to silence you. Please don't let them, bro. Hell yeah, dude. They're trying. They can't stop us, though. It'd be so funny if that were true, though, if they were specifically targeting us.
Breaks now, and where it can be repaired fastest. It feels like a threat. Journalism's truth infrastructure and every downstream system improves. Oh my god, this is so paternalistic of these evil, evil people. They make this stuff, they lobby governments, they like try to turn they try to turn the commons, they try to turn life, existence into corporate.
Dude, if they rolled out a campaign against me and Becca Day, dude, I would be like, what better company, right? Awesome. I'd be proud. I can't wait to get all of the files after the revolution.
Assets. And then all people have left is what they can say. All right. What objection provides total immunity? Well, our long-term ambition to be a complete totalitarian government wherein there is just one truth and we get to decide what it is. Yeah, that's pretty much what it says. All right, the direction is inevitable. There's a propaganda technique called inevitable victory. It's so funny. It's like, it's not.
I don't get why the symbol of justice is covered eyes. Wouldn't you want to be seeing and using your ears and using your, all your senses? Figure out the truth for justice.
Even like that thinly masked. I've been reading a lot of Hannah Arendt lately because I think everything that she writes is incredibly relevant to this moment. But there's this one line that's been sticking out to me. It's like a throwaway line in Origins of Totalitarianism where she's describing Hitler. For context, if you don't know, she fled the Nazis. Amazing political scientist, incredible historian. Anyway, the way that she describes the amount of time that Hitler was in power, she talks about it as the 12 years that Hitler's 1,000-year Reich had managed to last. The 12 years of his 1,000. So when I read the direction is inevitable, I'm like, all right, your predecessor got 1.2% of the way towards his backing goal. What are you going to do? You don't scare me, dog. We begin with journalism because that's where truth now lives and where it is most at risk. How convenient. We begin with the fourth estate, something that we don't own. All right, let's end on hope. 2 bits of hope. The first is small and personal, and the second is structural and actually massive. And I think it's really, really cool. All right, so the first small personal one, I have struggled with perfectionism for a long time, particularly on YouTube, and right now, hey man, turned on the camera. This has woken up something inside of me. I know that I like to make polished videos, but the urgency and the importance of this moment feels too big to ignore. It's literally a thing that I think can topple society. History is so much more malleable than I think most people realize. It is.
Dressed to smell good, coming in with some other shit. Bro, Omar Mateen worked for Whackin' Hut? No, I didn't know that. Yeah, the same company in the octopus murders? Oh my goodness. Dude, Dressed to Smell Good's coming in with the fucking hot tips. Are you Paul? This is Paul finally repenting. Mullen tea works, clears out your lungs too. Okay, I'll find some Mullen tea. Forbidden merch, you work in education, everything's breaking down, and you're wondering if there will be school next year? It's getting that bad? Bro, I'm saying this shit is collapsing. The demiurge is blind in Gnosticism.
So vulnerable. This terrifies me enough to make me want to change my behavior. And I'm doing it. But the second bit of structural hope is, damn, Peter Thiel, you just played your hand. You told us what you fear. You fear journalism. You fear truth. You fear narrative. You fear reputation. Damn, man. It's interesting. This is a common pattern with ruling class, with oligarchs.
Where did you hear the Whackin' Hut thing? Where can I find info on that? I wanna see something.
With elites is fearing narrative I mean, this is what Percy Shelley discovered after writing the poem Ozymandias, where he talked about the temporal nature of power, the fallibility of power, the fact that people who claim to have inevitable rule over the next, I don't know, 1,000 years or whatever, don't.
Yeah, if there was no school next year, then parents couldn't go to work. That would be a big break in our revolution.
Eventually become dust in the desert, and all we remember is not them, but the sculpture of them. The tyrant dies and the artist's work outlasts them, you know? That's what Percy Shelley was saying. We see the sculpture, not the king. So it is quite cool to know just how powerful stories are, how powerful journalism is, how powerful the truth is, how powerful understanding is. Cool to know what they're scared of. It's like they've just gone, hey, I know you suspected we had an Achilles heel. We definitely do. So, if you've ever wanted to become a journalist,
Yeah, there's going to be school after the revolution. Dude, school's cool as fuck when it's not a prison. I'm convinced literally everyone likes learning if it's not a prison. They just don't want to learn, you know, lies. And yeah, school could be about like practical things too. Wouldn't that be interesting?
If you've ever wanted to amplify the truth, now is your moment. Now is your time. I'll finish on this. There's a really cool book that recently came out by Rutger Bregman. It's called Moral Ambition. And in it, he is talking about the Second World War and Dutch people who like hid Jews away from the Nazis and the Gestapo and stuff. And he said that when people tried to look for the common thread as to what made people act like heroes, was it a personality thing? Was it a demographic thing? Was it some secret third thing? Well, turns out the key ingredient is the people who acted like heroes were asked. They were just asked. That's the difference. Everybody has the capability inside them to do something heroic. But for the people who actually heard, hey, can you do this? Can you please do this? It awoke something in them. So if seeing an assault on journalism, on the truth not owned by one person, Jesus Christ, this is tyrannical. If that wakes up something in you, if you are feeling something, then as parasocial as it is, I would like to ask you to help spread the truth. Can you please help? Because right now we need it, but also by their own admission, I get the feeling it's going to work.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh wait, what's this?
In late 2014, the New York Police Department arrested over a dozen men at Quad Recording Studios in Manhattan on charges of...
This is Palantir is literally a CIA psyop? Peter Thiel is begging for the Mangione at this point. Peter Thiel just trying to roleplay Sauron. You can make infinite videos on Peter Thiel's insanity after successfully infiltrating the White House by financing J.D. Vance's career. He's trying to do the same in Europe, expanding the reach of Palantir and investing in young politicians who can wage his war against tech regulation. Of course, the CIA creates a company, then operates as a business, which removes any restriction the CIA may have.
Conspiracy, weapons possession, and drug trafficking. One of the men arrested was named Akil Jean Pollard, better known as the rapper Bobby Shmurda.
Wait, what?
The NYPD didn't do this alone. They'd received significant help from an unusual ally.
Oh, Palantir did it?
A tech startup from the other side of the country by the name of Palantir. According to an internal email sent to Palantir employees shortly after the arrest, a user in the
You see Andrew Tate was arresting him?
NYPD had found relations between the suspects, and other officers at headquarters were able to trace connections between shootings. The info was shared on a giant Palantir graph projected at a weekly NYPD meeting. I believe it's the first time that a Palantir-related case has been reported by TMZ. If we fast forward to today, over a decade after this brief interaction, the parties involved have ended up going in vastly different directions. Bobby was put in jail until 2021, when he was eventually released and tried to restart his rap career to very little fanfare. Palantir, on the other hand, have done a lot better for themselves since then. They've grown from a relatively unknown Silicon Valley startup into an infamous household name, and in the process, they've developed a reputation that precedes them. But despite that reputation,
dude, I want to punch Alex Karp right in the fucking kisser, dude.
It's still incredibly difficult for the average person to concisely describe what Palantir actually does. Whereas other tech companies have invested billions in trying to market their products to buyers, Palantir has opted for a different strategy, and they've instead shrouded their brand in this secrecy. That makes them feel more like an intelligence agency than a publicly traded stock.
They are an intelligence agency, bro. You found Tyler's age? He met his wife in Florida? Yeah, probably set up by his godfather, Timothy McVeigh.
But they are, at the end of the day, another large publicly traded company, which means the work that they do has to be comprehensible enough for people to keep investing in them. The thing about Palantir is that once you understand their origin story, what they do, and where they're trying to go, things suddenly become a lot less opaque and mysterious, and their role in society today starts to make a lot more sense. Whenever I think about Palantir, my brain goes straight to that one meme about how tech founders always miss the point in like fantasy and sci-fi novels. At long last, we've created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel, Don't Create the Torment Nexus. Palantir is like the prime example of this. The name comes from the Lord of the Rings series, where a Palantir is this magical seeing stone that allows you to instantly observe events happening anywhere across the world. This like global instant surveillance camera that eliminates all concept of privacy for the people of Middle Earth. It seems like the perfect thing to name your tech company after. The leadership of the company would really like the public to believe that their tools are nothing like their fantasy namesake, however. Let's listen to their CEO, Alex Karp, talking about whether any of their tools are ever used to violate people's privacy.
One of the criticisms or concerns that I hear is that Palantir has a large-scale data collection program on American citizens. Can you just clear that up?
We are the single worst technology to use to abuse civil liberties. And until recently, like SIGINT institutions would never buy our product. Spend 20 minutes looking at the product. 20 minutes looking at the product and say, is this not the hardest product to abuse in the world?
So he makes this argument quite frequently, to be honest. But Palantir has an
What is SIGINT again?
Origin story that is basically the complete opposite of everything that
Humant is human intelligence. SIGINT, significant intelligence.
A CEO says publicly. Palantir's story begins in the 1990s at the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. Around this time, in the late 90s, the CIA was having a bit of an identity crisis. The Soviet Union, which had been its main rival since it was founded, had collapsed in 1991. By the mid-1990s, the recruitment of new CIA analysts had fallen to almost zero, and the budget was cut by 18% over the decade. It was a stark change from the 60s and 70s, where the CIA was responsible for a bunch of really major tech breakthroughs. But now, this was happening all in the private sector, at places like Google, Microsoft, and Apple. And so they decided to kind of shake things up, right? Instead of trying to compete with the innovation taking place in tech companies, they would instead just buy the companies, or at least buy enough of a stake to have a meaningful say over their direction. In 1999, the director of the CIA, George Tenet, came together with a good friend of his, the ex-CEO of Lockheed Martin, to make a major announcement. The US government would invest $30 million in seed funding to form a new company called In-Q-Tel.
It stands for Signal Intelligence? Oh.
This would be a venture capital firm that would find growing tech startups and fund them on behalf of the CIA. Importantly, In-Q-Tel wouldn't be owned by the government, so it wouldn't have to be as transparent as the government in disclosing its investments. And so, just a few years later, in 2005, they invested several $1 million into a little-known startup named Palantir. Palantir at this point was basically brand new. They'd literally been founded just 1 year earlier by Peter Thiel and a few of his friends. They didn't have a proper product on sale, and they'd struggled to find any investors, despite Thiel being so well connected in the business world. At this point, Palantir was really more like of a concept of a plan, you might say. It took another few years for Palantir to develop a product that they felt was good enough to sell. And naturally, they felt that the best place to promote their product was VisWeek, an annual conference that brings together academics, companies, and government agencies to talk about the latest advances in data visualization techniques. One of the attendees at this conference was GCHQ, the UK's cyber intelligence agency. They were among some of the first people on the planet to actually witness what Palantir's technology could do. I came across this leaked GCHQ report from that period, and they say, quite simply, you need to see it to believe it. So, what did Palantir show?
How do you pump fart smell into Palantir? We gotta put a stink bomb in their HVAC somehow. Not a bomb, Peter. Calm down. We're talking about a stink bomb.
These guys that had them so shook? Well, lucky for us, the Palantir team that they sent there ended up writing a handful of papers explaining their work at VisWeek, which I think actually serve as the clearest explanation out there of why the company exists in the first place. Now, you might not be aware of this, but there's already a whole industry out there that is profiting from invading your privacy. And they exist completely out in the open. Data brokers have been harvesting and selling our personal information for years now, including things like your home address and your place of work. But it would take years to find and contact each of these brokers one by one, which is why I'm glad that this video is sponsored by Incogni. Incogni does all the hard work of getting your information off of the minimized and more control. Much thing solving a series of technical challenges. Back to it. The Palantir team had been sent to this conference to take part in a competition sponsored by intelligence agencies, in which participants were tasked with solving a series of technical challenges that centered around the Para-ISO movement, this fictional anti-American terror organization. The teams taking part were given a bunch of seemingly unrelated data sets. It was things like a fictitious Wikipedia page for the Para-ISO movement, including its full edit history. They were given Coast Guard immigration enforcement data covering boats that were intercepted at sea, arrests, and illegal landings on US shores. They got a document containing a bunch of phone call records. And finally, they were given RFID badge logs from a fictional terror attack, where they tracked exactly where each person's badge had been scanned as they were evacuating the building. The goal was to use this information to figure out which phone belonged to the leader of this fictional group, what the social network of the group looked like, and to get as close as possible to a full analysis of their movements, communications, and roles as a member of this terrorist organization. And the Palantir team nailed it. The product that they demoed is today known as Gotham, but at the time it was simply called Palantir Government. And it seeked to achieve 4 things. I'll let them explain in their own words, courtesy of the paper that they wrote at this conference.
The first is data integration. Whether structured or unstructured, Palantir provides standard and extensible interfaces for bringing information into a common environment.
In the challenge, Palantir was able to load the data from the Wikipedia edits and label all of the
Sorry, Mushka needs head kissies.
Users and their connections and the type of behavior they saw. They were then able to also load in the phone call records and the immigration data and have all of that in the Palantir platform, even if the data had initially been in completely different formats.
The second is search and discovery, whereby these disparate data stores can be explored as though they were one.
Where Palantir really shines is in letting users connect datasets to each other. You might think that like a Wikipedia page's edit history isn't necessarily—
Oh, what, like everyone's fucking healthcare data and shit? For eugenics purposes?
that valuable on its own. But Wikipedia edits include IP addresses and timestamps, which means that if you can combine it with phone call records and flight records and other location data, then it can actually give you quite a lot of insight into a person's movement, behaviors, and beliefs over time.
The third is knowledge management, in which all the knowledge that is discovered is treated like another data source, so no analysis is lost. And finally, the fourth is collaboration, whereby many analysts working together can truly leverage their collective mind.
Palantir software lets you do even more, right? It lets you hardwire relationships into the database, so that once an analyst had connected like a phone number to a suspected person, any future data set that was loaded into the Palantir system could automatically look.
What was that guy's name?
So that once an analyst had connected like a phone
Jalaluddin Haqqani, terrorist,
number to a suspected person, any future data set that was loaded into the Palantir system could automatically look for that phone number. And it wouldn't matter what the future data set looked like. It could be images of police notes, or it could be a massive data dump from a social media hack. The whole idea is that all formats of data can now become linkable and searchable with relatively little technical experience from the user. When you hear Palantir executives say in press releases that they aren't collecting data on Americans, for example, they're not necessarily lying, but they are being incredibly dishonest. The real challenge isn't gathering data, because government data collection is already rampant. The real challenge is actually getting any insight from this mound of seemingly unrelated information. And Palantir themselves lay this out very clearly in one of their 2008 papers. They say the following:
Raw data is growing more abundant and inexpensive every day. Unfortunately, these new data sets are frequently extremely large and contain only a kernel of significant information. Our goal is to allow analysts to uncover relevance by asking rich, high-level questions of their data without having to know languages such as SQL.
Understanding this principle, this idea that Palantir specializes in data integration and analysis and not necessarily data collection, suddenly helps us clarify why they have so many seemingly unrelated clients. Palantir operates by sending their own staff directly into a client's offices, and the systems they build are designed for their customers to track anything that can be tracked. It could be used to track the supply chain of an Airbus jet, which can contain like 5 million plus parts from around the world. In that case, a Palantir system could, for example, immediately flag a product shortage in Wales to a team in Germany, even if those teams use completely different underlying computer systems. And it's here that you can start to see the analogy with the Lord of the Rings Palantir more clearly. Palantir's system sits on top of all of these disconnected data sources and gives you instant visibility over the whole thing. Again, this is one of the points where I wonder how closely the founders actually read the source material, because in Lord of the Rings, the writer is pretty clear about the flaws of such a system. Even with access to all of the data on the planet, the Palantir in Lord of the Rings can selectively display truthful images in order to create a false conclusion in the viewer's mind. They can create all these false narratives by playing on the biases of the person looking into the stone, of the person looking at the data. In the books, one of the characters is literally driven to...
Did you get coleslaw from KFC? And mashed potatoes? You got a 12-piece bucket from Oklahoma City Chicken? Fucking A.
Suicide because the images he sees in this Palantir are selectively biased by a rival in order to paint a misleading picture of reality. This guy ends up literally burning himself alive and dies clutching the Palantir in his hands. It's not like a very deeply hidden metaphor, nor is it a shining endorsement of this kind of technology. And you know, maybe if this stuff was just used to make one more jumbo jet per day, or to optimize the supply chain for Wendy's Baconators, then things wouldn't be so bad. Like, I could stop talking to you right now and we would all move on with our lives. But of course, that isn't just what it's used for.
Our product is used on occasion to kill people.
On February 28th, 2026,
yeah,
US and Israeli forces declared war on the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Brother.
One of the earliest targets hit by the US was a girls' school in Menab, which resulted in the deaths of over 100 school children. By the end of the first 4 days of this war, the US and Israel had struck around 2,000 targets in total. If we compare this to the US-led campaign against ISIS in Iraq and Syria that had taken place about a decade earlier, it took them 6 months to strike 2,000 targets. This time, it took 4 days, in no small part thanks to the work of the people at Palantir. Almost 2 decades have passed since 2008, when Palantir first demoed their product to intelligence agencies. And since then, their software offerings have matured quite a lot. One of the biggest developments since then has been the creation of the Maven Smart System. Palantir's Maven Smart System, along with Anthropic's Claude AI, have become the backbone of the US military systems, and they now support the entire kill chain, which is choosing targets, choosing weaponry, organizing the strikes, and assessing the final battlefield damage as well. And it represents like the next evolution in Palantir's data integration dream. As of 2024, Maven had 179 different live data feeds plugged into this one dashboard. It's stuff like photographs and satellite imagery and all sorts of other sources. They've also now added a bunch of AI and machine learning tools, so even less human intervention is needed than ever before. Before this system existed, the kill chain involved printing documents and photographs and getting written approval from a senior officer, a process which could sometimes take days. According to insiders at the Department of Defense now, though, this Palantir software has helped to shrink this process down to minutes, and it's being used now to make about 1,000 decisions per hour on the battlefield. According to the Department of Defense, humans still do make the final call, but that is a little consolation when you see the scale of civilian damage taking place right now. Palantir at their core is a military intelligence company.
Yeah, you know those 100 sites that were all blown up simultaneously in Lebanon? If you don't think Palantir was involved in that, you're nuts.
This is where they started, this is where they got their money from, and government work is still today the majority of their revenue. And while the examples I've covered so far do make it seem like it's mostly used abroad and it's mostly used in counterterrorism, however you define that, it's worth remembering that any weapon or any tool that can be used against enemies abroad can also be used against the enemy within.
We have
two enemies. We have the outside enemy, and then we have the enemy from within. And the enemy from within, in my opinion, is more dangerous than China, Russia, and all these countries.
Who is it? He's like, the enemy from within is Hassan Piker.
Noticed by now that I don't usually have that many compliments to offer the US government. You know, the global reputation of the US is not exactly at a high point right now. But I do want to be fair, because there are some things that do make the USA unique, in theory at least, right? One of those things is the US Constitution. Since about 1803, they've had this concept in place called judicial review, which means that no sitting government can pass a law or act in a way that violates the basic guarantees of the US Constitution. This is not like anywhere near a universal system, even in other like liberal democracies. In the UK, we don't have a single written constitution, and thus we don't necessarily have the same kind of guarantees.
He's a fucking British dude.
That
oh my god.
US citizen might have. And when it comes down to what those rights actually are, I think one of the best ones is the Fourth Amendment of the US Constitution.
The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized.
In plain English, this just means that the government can't search you, they can't search your home or your stuff without a good legal reason. If the police wants to search or seize something from you, they almost always need a warrant from a judge. The whole point of this is to guarantee this reasonable expectation of privacy. This idea that the government shouldn't know that much about your life unless they've got a really good reason to. As I say, this is all in theory, because this amendment was ratified in 1791, right? A time when the fastest means of communication was like a smoke signal, and the people who created this amendment could not have predicted 1/10 of the technology that we'd have on hand today. Honestly, if you just sit and think about the amendment as I've described it here, for like 5 or 10 minutes, you could probably come up with some loopholes to the Fourth Amendment. Clearly, the police can't search your home without a warrant or take your phone without a warrant, but what if they parked across the road from you?
Bro, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
And point a thermal imaging camera at your door? Or what if the feds attach a GPS tracker to the outside of your car? Would that count as an illegal search? It depends on who you ask, and there is disagreement on this going all the way up to the Supreme Court. Some judges, like Justice Samuel Alito, have argued that only long-term GPS monitoring would violate your Fourth Amendment right to privacy. Others, like Sonia Sotomayor, go even further and argue that even short-term GPS monitoring should be considered a violation of the Fourth Amendment. The point I'm making is that the Constitution is not this like ironclad, unambiguous document, and every government since the 1800s has tried to find ways around it, and the existence of Palantir has made that job so much easier than ever before. Governments across the world infamously have lots of old, obsolete computer systems designed to operate without integration in mind. If you've ever had to interact with two government departments, you've likely experienced this firsthand. Sometimes this is to the benefit of citizens, however. For example, the IRS, the US Tax Authority,
oh, this sweet summer child,
specifically asks you to include the proceeds of crime on your tax returns. The whole point of this is not so that they can just like arrest you for self-snitching, but it's rather because the job of the IRS is to collect as much tax revenue as possible, regardless of where it's coming from. The Nixon administration in the 70s famously began using tax audits as a political weapon against their rivals, and they would tie them up in these years-long investigations and give the IRS a bunch of work that they should never have had. After the Nixon administration, laws were passed to keep tax data
He's British, dude. You don't know what he's talking about.
Private and independent from other agencies, so that the tax guys could focus on tax-related affairs, and they would only rope in the rest of the government if they genuinely needed their help. And so, when the news came out that the US government, Doge, and Palantir were working on a single searchable database of all tax data that could be shared with other government agencies, a number of people were rightfully concerned. The idea that a single bit of government software could potentially combine tax records with medical data, with police reports and social security, and driving data, and your phone's location, and literally anything else the government has on you, is terrifying, because all of this information, if it can be combined properly, can paint a way clearer picture of a person's behaviors and movements than breaking into their home without a warrant or sticking a GPS receiver on their car. The Fourth Amendment effectively became obsolete when we invented all of this technology and didn't update the laws to account for the existence of this technology. And thus, all that has happened, thanks to Palantir, is that citizens have begun to lose fundamental rights. Rights that no government is supposed to have the power to violate. The real danger of Palantir isn't that they're violating people's privacy by expanding the scale of data collection, but instead they're working out ways to make the most of information that already exists in databases today, since that info is likely already sufficient for most of the spying that they'd want to do. And for them, the benefit is clear. Like, after all, they are mainly in this game to make money. And one of the reasons why Palantir has been able to grow so quickly comes down to
Palantir's in the game to kill people, dude.
They end up just acting as like a subscription service for governments. The NYPD realized this firsthand a few years after the whole Bobby Shmurda saga, when they tried to cancel their Palantir contract because they wanted to move to an in-house system instead. Palantir refused to provide any analysis that had been done in their software in a format that could be easily exported into a different software. And so Palantir becomes more and more important, more and more entrenched in all of these governments, and able to charge higher and higher maintenance and support fees. And the only losers end up being us, basically, who either lose our rights or end up dead.
We are definitely the losers, that's for sure.
The Palantir.
It's the greatest con in history. By the way, it's the greatest con in history.
All right, let's finish up with some Rogan ice cream and then we'll go to bed. The Rogan sphere has completely turned on MAGA. Let's see if it's true.
It's the greatest. And I don't say great in like a good way.
I feel so stupid because when they were doing their no war thing, that was a big deal to me. I'm like,
yeah, how embarrassing, you idiots.
Yes. Yes. This is.
They're all just, they did what they were meant to do, and now they're here begging for forgiveness.
Great. No more stupid wars. No more wars.
Maybe best case scenario, they do prepare the land for Jesus' second coming. That's all I'm. So Jesus will get it down here and be like, finally bomb these guys.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, he's been waiting. The missile shall inherit the children's school. It's a fun time. We've got nothing but good leaders.
This is the greatest about face in political history that I have really ever seen.
So it looks like the Rogan sphere has completely turned on MAGA. Not like they wanted to, but it's like Trump is deliberately burning MAGA to the ground and burning all the bridges. For people who were really paying attention early on, this wasn't surprising. They saw Trump for what he was right away.
You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
But for a lot of others, the propaganda ran deep. Guys like Steve Bannon and possibly Jeffrey Epstein really did a number on dudes my age. Whoever it was sold this social media propaganda campaign idea that Trump was some kind of outsider, that he was going to overthrow the system, drain the swamp, and actually put America first. And yeah, if you're even remotely grounded, that sounds insane. But opium is a heck of a drug. Years ago, when I first heard this Shane Gillis joke, I didn't fully get the underlying message. But looking back now, that joke pretty much sums up MAGA perfectly.
No, I actually did not vote for him, which that was tough. Look at me. His whole campaign was at me. I was watching TV. He was like, "Are you a fat idiot?" I was like, "Yeah, dude. Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing, dude? We're building walls? Hell yeah."
Shane had the common sense to recognize that Trump's entire propaganda machine was aimed directly at guys like him, and there are millions of those guys across the United States. And now that same group, the Rogan sphere included, is starting to realize that Trump wasn't some anti-establishment savior. He was the trump card for the establishment. Because when you actually look at it, the signs were always there.
You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian.
The messaging was so effective that MAGA
Did you just say I'm not Christian?
Looked the other way. Operation Warp Speed, Epstein's death, if he's even dead, the Epstein files cover up, the Trumps increasing their wealth by $4 billion since 2016 through crypto and NFTs, Bibles, turning Gaza into a casino resort, dropping the F-bomb and praising Allah on Easter, or him posting a pic of him being AI Jesus. And not just all of that, but he ran on no more wars, only to pivot into escalating new conflicts and increasing the defense budget to trillions, while telling the public there's no money for things like daycare.
It's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to.
It's the greatest con in history. By the way, it's the greatest con in history. I mean, truly, it's the greatest. And I don't say great in like a good way. It is truly the most successful con in history. It makes Enron look like a guy doing 3-card Monte on the street. Anything that you can remember and identify as a complete and utter scam, this is the greatest con in history. to run as an America first, and you're going to take care of America, and then turn around and go, you know, all of these things, daycare, Medicare, Medicaid, we have nothing to do with that. We're fighting wars. That's what we're here to do. We're here to have a defense budget of $1.5 trillion, and we're here to fight wars. It is the greatest scam in history. You got to hand it to him. And I mean, truly, and not in, you know, again, not in a moral way, but like, you got to hand it to him. This is the greatest about face in political history that I have really ever seen. It is the greatest scam. It has taken in people. I believe J.D. Vance when he came on my show and said, we want to stay out of Middle Eastern wars.
Trump said all the right things. He had the Cambridge Analytica playbook down, dialed in on exactly what to say to the well-meaning. And then in August...
Tim, if you actually believe that shit, see, these are the things that make me think that Tim is a fat. I mean, he definitely has to be, in part, otherwise he wouldn't be popular. But like, really? You think J.D. Vance? He hated Trump and then now he's his vice president.
August 2024, he infiltrated the Rogan sphere and sat down with Theo Vaughn. That moment kind of flipped a switch. After that, it turned into a full-on views race between Rogan sphere podcasters. Trump went on Theo, and Rogan, flagrant. Even the vice president started tapping into the Rogan sphere, tasked with propagandizing Tim Dillon's audience.
Who's been the candidate of stopping the stupid wars?
Yeah, YouTube be filtering out comments if you be too talking about things that don't like.
Basically nobody in 40 years, with the lone exception of my running mate, right, of Donald J. Trump.
And when you zoom out, it's actually insane to think about. A 3 times married casino owner convinced millions of...
I don't think MAGA voters even exist. I really don't. I think they're all bots.
people he was aligned with their interests, while doing the opposite of almost everything he campaigned on, everything except the deportations.
They've done nothing they said they were going to do, and now they're going to cut Medicare and all of these programs so that we can fund the military, and we're going to have like a $1.2 trillion military budget, which is the exact opposite of what they said they were going to do. And the administration of morality.
Barry said only Lockheed Martin could make a fence strong enough to withstand Tim Dillon sitting on it.
Is led by a thrice married gambling tycoon, Kristi Noem with her husband's fake tits, and then Kash Patel, who was like doing some like bachabazi, like, Afghan boy dance to please some warlord. I mean, I don't know what's going on over there. This is what this whole thing was about. It was about winning so that they could hand all these government contracts to Palantir and all of these other companies, and they could go and topple regimes all over the world and take their resources. And by the way, it's the last gasp of the American empire. This is it.
I think Tim Dillon really sums up how a lot of people feel right now, just defeated. Like we're all just witnessing the slow dying breaths of the American empire. And at the very least, out of everyone in the Rogan sphere, he's one of the only ones actually calling out Peter Thiel and Palantir. Compare that to Joe Rogan and Duncan Trussell, who in the eyes of their audience have really fallen off in the past few years. Rogan especially. Whether he's compromised or just self-censoring, it's hard not to notice. And Duncan, ever since Elephant Graveyard went full simulacrum on him, he hasn't quite been the same. At this point, both him and Rogan kind of represent what their younger selves would have despised. But even with all of that, no matter how good of boys they are, they can't fully get behind blowing up innocent people.
I gotta tell you, I hate getting political, but this war shit bugs the out of me.
Literally everything is political. Sorry.
And this is exactly what seems to have happened to the quote MAGAverse. I feel so stupid because when they were doing their no war thing, that was a big deal to me. I'm like, yes, yes, this is great. No more stupid wars. No more wars. Yes, focus on the country. Why are we blowing up children in other countries for oil? This is great. And now, isn't it mind-blowing that it's literally flipped. It's on its side. It's the opposite now. We're not going to do any more wars.
Right.
Oh my God. We blew up. How many Iranian schoolgirls did Trump blow up? I guess it just hits different. It hits hard when you got kids.
And that was an AI strike too, right? Wasn't that an AI directed strike?
180 deaths.
Largely children, teachers, and parents.
Yeah, AI strike by Palantir that he literally told Theo Vaughn that they didn't have anything to do with it.
Holy man.
That is...
A U.S. Tomahawk missile caused the explosion. Jesus Christ.
Can we pull up a video of Trump saying he's not going to war anymore? This is where it gets culty, is because some people are still making this shit work in their heads. Some people are like, some people are kind of on the fence when it comes to blowing up kids.
Duncan said something in there that stuck out to me, that all of this is happening because we're taking these places for oil. It's kind of the answer that feels satisfying, but maybe a little too simple for how complex these situations actually are, which made me think back to my most recent video when I was covering Theo Vaughn's appearance on JRE. Because in that conversation, Theo floated a completely different explanation for why these wars keep happening.
We've been monkeying around with other countries forever. This thing in Venezuela, this real quick thing that happened real quick when they kidnap a dude in Venezuela, well,
a lot of it say it's because these are the countries that are...
Black Death, you're digging into Peter Thiel's dad? Bro, yeah, Klaus Frederick Thiel, his name got erased from history. Yeah, Peter attended a German language school in Swakopoland for 2 years that required students to wear uniforms and employed corporal punishment, such as striking students' hands with a ruler. The German community in Swakopoland was known at the time for its continued glorification of Nazism and Adolf Hitler. They loved Adolf. Dude, there's an article of Peter. I think that Peter might be part of the... Where's the Peter Thiel shit? Over here. So one of the dudes that came over on the 1942 submarine saboteurs was Werner fucking Thiel. This dude, who I think also snuck into Argentina as Elviro Gago Dominguez. But he looks awfully a lot like this trafficker here, who I think may be his son, possibly, but for sure, this guy right here is related to this dude, Rudy. Look, this is Klaus Thiel too. I think. That's my guess. Heinrich, because this dude's name is actually Heinrich Harm Hank, who came over on the same U-boat as this guy, who I'm pretty sure is related to Roger Clay, who was a TikToker who was he kidnapped some girl on TikTok and got her locked up in an insane asylum because he was trying to traffic her. But anyway, I believe this might be Peter Thiel's dad. And I think that he's brothers with this guy. And they're from this family called the Kleyer family, who was a massive fucking car manufacturer in Germany. They had the biggest fucking concentration camp, sub camp, I guess. They ran it to make their fucking cars. Where is it? But yeah, dude, Peter Thiel. Look up these names, dude. And look, Franz Thiel was killed in a train crash in Australia in 1933. Maybe. But Frederick Thiel could be Erwin Franz Thiel, who didn't die at 19 and was just moved. But, oh yeah, but this guy is for sure related to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel and this guy Austin Russell is cousins with him, and they're both cousins with Peter Thiel. Austin let that slip once. And he owns a company called Luminar that was like doing LiDARing in Austin and Florida and all over. Anyway, this shit's crazy. But yeah, dude, look, it was a car company called the Adler Car Company. Oh shit. My screen crapped out. I have some old videos that I'll have to share with you, Black Death, because you might be able to help research some more and figure out what the fuck is going on. Dude, the other weird thing is this family, the Clyers, who owned this Adler Car Company, they made a car called the fucking Adler Trump. Where is it? Here. Wait. Where's the fucking car part? Oh yeah, here's Austin Russell. He's cousins with this guy, and they're both cousins with Peter, in my opinion. But yeah, there were Teals on this 1942 submarine saboteurs. Werner Thiel.
Still outside of the Rothschild's banking system or whatever. Have you seen that thing?
I have not.
Where it's like there's the countries that are still not on that list or something. This is tinfoil stuff, I think. Or it's absolutely true. I have no idea.
When you Google it, it actually makes sense. It says countries like Cuba, North Korea, and Iran are not part of the system. And then historically, before major conflicts, you'll see names like Iran.
Yeah, dude, this is bringing back so many show memories, matching these guys. Good times, bro. I know, right? I do need to revisit it because we're on to something there. I never quite put together exactly what was going on, but I suspect that those two guys I was showing you are brothers, and I think that they are this Clyer family. I think the Teals and the Clyers somehow might be related. They're all in Frankfurt, Germany, like car perverts.
Iraq under Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, you remember the car pervert days? Because all these weirdos that do all this weird shit run car companies.
Afghanistan under the Taliban, Sudan, and Libya under Muammar Gaddafi. The Google then told me this was a conspiracy, though, and not rooted in facts. Nevertheless, when you start putting together pieces like from the Epstein emails where old Jeff says he works on behalf of the Rothschilds, then you connect that with Epstein's relationship to Trump, it makes a little more sense as to why they're blowing up schools in Iran. What's even crazier is that 90% of you watching aren't subscribed.
Well, I just hope worst comes to worst, or maybe best case scenario, they do prepare the land for Jesus' second coming.
So you're saying Peter Thiel went to sub camp? Is that why he's such a bottom feeder? Ooh, no, Peter Thiel would never go. His family wouldn't send him to the concentration camp that forced people to make cars for them. But yeah, he definitely went to sub camp.
That's all so Jesus will get it down here and be like, you finally fucking bombed these guys.
Yeah, he's like, he's been waiting.
I've been in heaven waiting for you to kill all these people so I can come down here and yeah.
That's Jesus' favorite thing is killing.
He's gonna float down on a cloud and be like, finally came to sense.
Yeah, dude, that is when Fittest Flat Earther stole our fucking shit. It's around that time when he started popping up, taking our shit. We got to start talking about that again. And dude, that's when, I stopped talking about it because I literally couldn't talk about it on anything. I couldn't talk about it on TikTok. Every time I made a video showing any pictures, I got fucking banned. So I was just like, oh, fuck it. I'll talk about it in other ways. So I kind of got off of it, and also I just kind of ran into a dead end. And around then, too, is when Dante and Nicole fucking tried to ruin my life the first time. One of the first times.
Use some nukes. Yeah, finally use some nukes. Oh, you see, you got that girl skull. Good. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Back to the Sermon on the Mount part 2.
Yeah. I forgot that in the Beatitudes. Yeah. The missile shall inherit the children's school. It's a fun time. We've got nothing but good leaders.
Yeah, Jesus comes out. I'd like to thank Kushner for taking the spearhead on turning this into a resort. You guys.
Kushner, you're the man. I thought it should be.
You were raised in a Masonic cult and kicked out at 17 for disagreeing and exposing them, started by Roy Davis, Imperial Wizard of the KKK. And the dad was Royal Archmason. It's all wild. That does sound wild, dude. What the fuck? What was it like? Was it like the CIA kids? Like the fucking what do they call them? What were the people, the founders?
Resort when I lived there. The whole time I was there, I'd be like, this would be sick if it was a casino. I love casinos.
I can't help but notice how often Jesus' return has been coming up on podcasts lately. Joe Rogan thinks AI can become Jesus. He says that, but he seriously can't be that redacted. To me, it feels like one of those talking points that lines up a little too neatly with the worldview of people around him. Like his friend, the reptile. Theo Vaughn also brought up Jesus during his last appearance on JRE. Theo clearly had a lot on his mind, like he was trying to get certain thoughts out, but Joe kept redirecting the conversation every time Theo started talking non-state-sponsored Spotify-approved topics. Whatever the reason, Theo had a lot to get off his chest.
I'm sick of this shit, and I'm sick of rich people not putting their kids over.
Yeah, someone needs to expose Operation Paperclip because this shit is out of control. I mean, dude, that's what I was trying to do fucking 2 years ago. They beat it out of me. I gotta get back. I gotta get back to my roots. Yeah, we'll have to revisit. I mean, I also get away with shit on Instagram. I wasn't really on Instagram at the time.
We're in these wars and shit like that. Put your honky ass kids up there. Let them go shed some blood.
Especially if you...
Yeah, Theo does look different. He looks like he's actually, the weight of all this shit is finally hitting him. I hope. Still needs to learn more and actually fucking, you know, expose these cucks if he's gonna be a real person. But yeah, Rogan's such a fed.
You're asking for it.
Especially if you're out there bullshitting, dude. Put your honky little fancy ass kid up there, man. That shit makes me mad, bro.
Theo's been doing a lot of noticing lately, and every time Theo actually presses Joe on something real, especially anything that leans critical.
Yeah, a larger exposure effort needs to be organized offline, and then boom, everyone hits the internet with it at the same time. Did you guys see those videos talking about how Geese or whatever the fuck? Goose? No, wait. Goose is the band that played with Dave Matthews. Geese is the fucking fed band of all of the rich kids from Park Slope. I was saying months ago that who the fuck is this Cameron Winters and why is this shit being rammed down my fucking throat? And then, like, yesterday I saw a video. Someone wrote an article saying, yes, Goose is a psyop. And everyone's like, oh, Goose isn't a psyop. That's just how the music industry works. Yeah, the whole music industry is a fucking psyop. But in the article, they were like, yeah, we give people clips, and we hire people to make like TikTok accounts to push Goose or whatever for a couple months, and then they move on. And they said, if 100 people made videos saying that Geese sucks, we would make 200 videos saying that Geese rules. So, yeah, we need to do that. We need to all simultaneously hit these motherfuckers with the same shit. With the same message. from multiple accounts.
Of Trump, Rogan almost
Yeah, Goose the Band is sick. Geese the Band feels like Fed Rock.
Instinctively redirects the conversation, but even in doing all...
Gee, what's this? Yes, God is real. God is real. God is real. Cameron Winter.
That Joe can't fully bring himself to outright condone something like bombing Iran.
Joe, do you think that things would be any different with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans hadn't won the election?
I love when the Goose guy played the Maker with Dave Matthews Last Gorge. That was pretty awesome.
If Trump hadn't won, or do you think it's all the same?
It's a good question.
You think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like running the strings, and it's all.
The last administration funded the proxy war in Ukraine.
Right. 200. What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war.
He's like, I'll be thinking about it from my bunker that Mark Zuckerberg had installed.
When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, just stop. Like, what do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
Yeah, that's crazy, though, if you're the terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop, stand in front of the mirror and start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
You're right, I don't.
What do you know, Theo? Jamie, can we perplexity what Theo knows? I think Theo, like a lot of people, is starting to land on that feeling that it doesn't matter who wins. Even if it does matter on paper, it doesn't feel that way in reality. Like the outcome is already decided before it ever gets to the public. It kind of makes me feel like Trump's been in charge for 10 years. Not just one term, but the constant presence for this past decade. The middle stretch, he took a vacation and golfed, while Joe Biden's clone or whatever that was handled the day-to-day. Because even when you look back at 2016 or even 2024, it doesn't feel like people were overwhelmingly for one person. It felt more like choosing what they saw as the lesser of two evils, or the smartest of two redacts.
I just feel Theo's always accidentally based now.
Stupid, because
yeah, the whole industry is a psyop. That's what people are like, guys, this is just how the music industry works. Exactly. You don't have a choice. You have Fed-approved rock and roll.
Before the Trump thing happened, I was pretty black-pilled on politics in general. I felt pretty black-pilled. I did believe it here and there. I was every once in a while, yeah! But then, this ridiculous, pseudo-nationalist movement happens, and a lot of people got caught by it. The other option was up, Kamala. I think right now all of us are getting for the briefcase Scientology moment right now, which is it doesn't matter what mask the person calling themselves the president is wearing. It's always going to be the same thing. They're going to say what they need to say to grab the most voters, and then they're going to keep blowing up people in the Middle East because of oil.
Yeah, I'm just not buying solely for the oil thing. Regardless, the war is...
Yeah, no, it's for clearing indigenous people, destroying history, destroying buildings, literally trafficking children. Where do you think they find most of their children they want to blood sacrifice?
Now being directed at Trump supporters directly, like on Easter when he threatened to mass murder an entire civilization, or when he dropped the F-bomb and said praise all...
Oh shit, $2 suit saying Jesus was Muslim. What if? I'll be here when you're ready. They called Jesus the King of the Jews to insult the King and the Jews. Well, the Muslims do believe that Jesus is a prophet. They vibe with him. Interesting. I'll be here when you're ready. That shit's funny, dude.
In the same tweet. or like how he posted an AI picture of himself as Jesus Christ, and then deleted the post and said he thought it was him as a doctor. Whatever the case, it's pretty obvious he's trying to destroy his base.
Donald Trump, our president, is embroiled in a feud with many of his closest supporters, and I think he should change the subject. I am in the minority here, but let me come out and defend Trump right now. Can I defend him? Let me defend him. I don't care if he staged the assassination attempt at Butler. I don't care. I don't care, and I think he should admit it. It was important, that moment when he said, fight, fight, fight. It was important. And this, look at the people here. Does it matter if it's real? Does it matter if it's real? Does it matter if it's real? It's so emotional, and to me, do you think people would be angry if he just said we staged it?
The worst part of that is Tim's probably onto something. When you go back and look at it, it looks like a directed play. I know they didn't do that and this was real, but I'm just saying, it looks a little weird. Look at the media and how they're guided to the front to get the best photo. And why did they stand him up when they had no idea where the threat was yet? Not to mention Trump's ear healing almost overnight.
Pretty much recovered, yeah. I'm a fast healer.
It's all very strange, and I would put
literally, ear cartilage does not heal.
Nothing past the terrible writers and producers of this season of America. The script has really went downhill since 2016.
Lemaire's politics right now you must be feeling good, dude. The View is confident right now.
No.
The View is going, we told you.
Yeah.
You should have listened to us. How do you feel right now?
I just feel bad he didn't do anything he was going to say.
Yeah.
He said.
Yeah.
That's what I feel bad about. There's so many upset people.
Yeah,
We
people
didn't
are
have
mad.
to hurt people.
People are mad. I want him to take that straight of Hermuz.
Yeah, I need that.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
I said I was going to open it on Monday.
You said you're going to open it?
Yeah, I called it. I said, don't worry, guys. I'm going to open it.
You should open it.
I can't. Iran's too powerful.
It's hard.
It turns out Iran's nasty.
I thought it was going to be like Venezuela Part 2. It's like, bro, I thought we were big and bad, dude. Get that straight. Open it up.
Open the straight. You'd think they would have responded nicely after we blew up their leader with a missile. You'd think they would have been like, all right, never mind. We don't want to fuck with you guys. You blew up an 86-year-old with a Tomahawk missile. It's so funny we killed a fucking 90-year-old man with a missile, dude.
I've been laughing how their leaders all look like evil wizards.
They are all evil.
There's also like giant long beards, like
Yeah.
a black hat.
Of all Rogan's friends, none of them have
They don't look like evil wizards.
been more outspoken or more articulate about it
I think they got kind of drip, bro. I think they all got drip.
than Dave Smith, especially when it comes to helping people break the hardcore MAGA programming. Like the idea Trump was going to be the one to finally release the Epstein file.
Honestly, sometimes the burqa can even be drippy, bro. Tell me sometimes you're not in a burqa mood. You don't want to be perceived, right? Some of them are styling too, bro.
Or that he was going to keep the U.S. completely out of Middle Eastern.
But even just normal, the hair coverings and stuff, they're cool, man. Let people live.
Conflicts.
If not supporting covering up the Epstein files or not supporting a stupid war of choice, a war of aggression on behalf of Israel means I'm not MAGA, then okay, I'm not MAGA. I'm not attached to the
Shane Gillis does kind of sound like Bob's Burgers a little bit. I think it was Shane that you're thinking of.
you know, the phrase "Make America Great Again." I don't care. Then
but
fine.
If that phrase sucks. Here's the thing. Like, first of all, America is great. Make America greater, I'm down. But make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of dorks, because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of them, these really weird and uninteresting, unintelligent people.
Yeah, like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, who you have on the podcast every other month, bro.
That have got something they cling to, and there's a lot of people that are just real, genuine patriots, and they're all lumped into this one group, and you got to accept the dorks too. That you've up by becoming a part of a group.
Yeah.
Whether
No,
it's
that's
a
right.
Republican group, a Democrat group, a MAGA group, woke group, whatever it is, you f up by being in a group.
Yeah, what is George Carlin said people are great as individuals.
Yeah.
But when they get in a group, man, they're the worst things in the world.
What's crazy is how Joe Rogan constantly contradicts himself. On one hand, he'll say that
this is such a F&G rant from Joe Rogan.
anyone who picked a side in politics is messed up. But on the other hand, he's also the same person who platformed Trump, publicly endorsed him, and still maintains a personal relationship with him. The only other comedy podcaster to glaze Trump as hard as Rogan was Andrew Schultz. But unlike Rogan, Schultz actually has some humility.
They'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
That's all I got.
You need that old time religion.
All right, bros. That's it. We gotta make dinner. Probably gonna have another DiGiorno. DiGiorno kind of slaps though. Know what I'm saying? A little bit. When you don't want to cook, you know. I haven't been in a cooking mood the last week. This weekend maybe I'll do some, I don't know. Maybe I'll do my stir fry again. I haven't had stir fry in a couple weeks. MIA just launched EMF blocking head coverings. Nice, dude. Yeah. Supreme. I think that's what I got. Garbage pizza. Bro, speaking of garbage, dude, I saw the most heinous shit ever this morning. I'm riding my bike to yoga, and this big old fucking, and it's like the busiest intersection that I have to cross on my way. And so I'm waiting to cross, and this big old fucking garbage truck is cruising down the street, not slams, but just like hits the brakes kind of hard, and then starts going again and sloshes all of the fucking, it had like tons of water in it, but it was all garbage water. Bro, the smell, and it splashed on people, and everyone was like, oh, dude, like I rode away pretty quick. I heard like 2 or 3 people like gagging. It was so disgusting. I caught a whiff of it, and I was like, oh, zipped around that shit, but holy fuck, bro. Crisis averted. No one got like super splash, but people got it on their legs and their shoes for sure. Bro, it was like worse than a movie. And it kept sloshing. It sloshed out like 3 times as it was going through the intersection. The first one landed right in the crosswalk. And the garbage truck was like the last car before the light turned red and the garbage truck was still going. And you know, in New York, people just walk like even before the light turns red, it's yellow, people start walking. So people were like very close to it, and it sloshed like 4 fucking times on the way through the intersection. It smelled vile, bro. NYC sounds like the Terror Dome. Sometimes. It's fun, it keeps us all alive. Bro, if that happened to me, I'd have gone home and called it a day. Nope. Literal a trash tsunami splashed me. Nope. Alright. Breathe in. And breathe out. Yeah, I need to get some pierogies. I love pierogies. That is the best freezer food. Breathe in. But there's never a satisfying amount of pierogies that they give you. It's always like 8 and you want like 40. Breathe out. Last one. Breathe in. Yeah, take a big sniff. And out. Paul Rogies. Alright, dudes. This one is called Cosmic Drift. Sit back. Loosen your shoulders. And let your jaw unclench just a little. Take a slow breath in. And let it out like you're fogging up a window on a cold night. Hot breath. Now imagine, above you, a wide, quiet sky, filled with soft, scattered stars. Not loud, not dramatic, just steady. With each breath in, one of those stars gently brightens. And with each breath out, your body feels a little lighter. You're not trying to go anywhere, you're just drifting. Like a leaf on a slow river, or like a cat napping in a sunbeam. Thoughts might pass through, and that's okay. Let them float by like tiny satellites. No need to grab them, no need to follow. Now feel a soft glow in your chest, small, warm, and steady. This is your center, your quiet little star. No matter how wild the world gets, this stays lit. Take one more deep breath, and imagine that glow sinking with the sky above you and the universe, breathing together. And when you're ready, wiggle your fingies, come back gently, and keep that soft glow with you. No rush, no pressure, just orbiting peacefully for a while. Sorry, my voice is fucked, boys. But y'all have a good night. Y'all have a good weekend. I'ma see you on Sunday. We gotta save Nancy.
Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma. It's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home.
She ran out of space time. Oh, hurling up gang signs. Come back, Nancy. Where you at? About to get ugly. Where's our favorite librarian?
Hey, Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mommy, it's probably just somebody on some
Here Comes Johnny.
Never wake up from the
What up,
coma.
Sab?
That's how they deal with the commies, like casinos dealing cards.
Where is your mommy?
Money isn't real. There is no stopping.
I shop at Paul D.
It'll only cost you an army. Storm chasers don't watch for warning. We follow the storm like everything's normal. Top of the morning, never fought in a war, but fought for control of every thought that's forming an unstoppable force. That's getting used to this immovable object. Shoot for the stars. They get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts, blondie.
Oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, Monday is 420. Yeah, Monday's the 420 stream.
Y'all figure skating during some pond hockey as it's wearing thin, preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft when she lost her shit. But I guess it's anything to get Nancy to care again.
She's a preposterous rhinoceros.
Nancy, come home. Get Get back, Miss Guthrie. Took him
Where's she at?
Grandma, it's about to get ugly.
Ugly.
Everyone thought she'd come home.
Come home. Come on, Savannah.
I saw the blood drop. She went out throwing up gang songs. Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie.
Oh, dude, Black Death, you should put that. You should put your vocals back in here. Come home, Nancy. Yo, Savannah Guthrie, where's your wholesome mommy go? I know you know we know this whole kidnapping is for show. Fake. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. And me and Nance, we moving upstate. We bouts to be kissing. Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Wysopal to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul. That U-Paul? Call me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie. Three's company too high, 5 grams, just vibes. Saw God in the wood, no lie. She sent us back to the tribe like, yo, Savannah Guthrie, what the Dude, that part goes so hard, Black Death. Vision quest, you still putting back into it. This beat rules, Mac. Vibing, you on TV, fake lying and crying. But the truth gonna come out soon, and Hoda just can't save you. She did it with the FBI, bent over and spewed their lies. Twerked out and swallowed her pride for back shots of fame in her eyes. I mean, dude, really we called this arc. Find her fucking mom if they wanted to. I'm right. Like, come on, man. They're all in cahoots together. They're so fucking dumb. They think that we're never ever gonna figure this out. But Savannah, we know, you know, we know. Good night. Yeah, that beat drop is so sick. Start calling me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie. Three's company too high, 5 grams, just vibes. Saw God in the wood, no lie. She sent us back to the tribe like, yo, Savannah Guthrie, what the fuck? Black Death's fucking ad-libs are dope on that. You still putting back into it while we silly side vibing. You on TV, fake lying and crying. But the truth gonna come out soon, and Hoda just can't say. Dude, we're gonna destroy the FBI with niche rap. Twerked out and swallowed her pride for back shots of fame in her eyes. I mean, dude, you really think the FBI couldn't find her fucking mom if they wanted to? Call me, Paul. Like, come on, man. They're all in cahoots together. They're so fucking dumb. They think that we're never ever gonna figure this out. But Savannah, we know, you know, we know. Good night. Oh, when did this change? I added the verse a couple days ago, or maybe last week, and I forget. But I had planned to, but you missed the bang bang bang, the Charlie Kirk bang bang bang. We always be shifting, boys. The river is never the same, and neither is the man. Say no to Mormons and Scientology. Amen. This is the magnum opus. Honestly, every time I listen to one of our songs, I'm like, damn, this one's our magnum opus. Everyone's our magnum opus. We're going to take Paul down. September 11th is going to rule this year. Maybe it'll be a double album. We'll release half on 9/10, and then the other half, you know, on Charlie Kirk Day, and then the other half will be released on 9/11. You play this for your Uber passengers? That is so fucking awesome. But, alright, dudes. I'll see you on Sunday. Have a good night. Ta-ta! Love you. Bye! What we weave becomes. See ya.